Welcome to what's going to be the 25th episode of The Vice. Man, oh man, I'm just looking here at my camera. My green... my 25th episode of... my white balance is way off. It is not liking this light-colored shirt that I'm wearing at all. I wonder if I can correct that a little bit. Let's see. Camera controls... web controller, webcam options, advanced settings. Where's my white balance? Man, oh man. Hey, look, I look like I have like actual flesh now. Whoop, that's too far. That's looking pretty good. A little blue now, but hey, it's better than I was. So, howdy folks. How you guys doing? Templar, how you doing, man? Glad to have you here. And, woo, okay. So, 25 episodes. How the heck did that happen, right? Anyway, we are getting ready for fun and excitement as the party gets on their way out of Sojourn's Crossing and hopefully on to bigger, better, greater, campaign buildable things. I know I'm excited, like crazy excited. Doesn't mean I don't have my normal case of pre-stream jitters and nerves, but it is what it is. Let me let our folks out there know that we are live. Give myself the old retweet Rudy. We are ARE live now. Tweet. Tweedledee. Sorry. I am all filled with the hype today because we got all kinds of fun stuff going on. We just do. And I am super excited for it. Not that I have anything planned. Nope, nothing planned at all. Not a thing. Nope, my players can expect, boring day, maybe shopping. Hey, Brigger, how you doing? Hey, and James, how you doing out there? If you're finished up your snack yet, if not, I'll yell out, shout out to you once you get done with your snack. I've got all my snacks lined up here. Actually, I've had a nice cup of tea, and which is still, hey, Ayami, how you doing? Thanks for the host. With my new alert. My thing. Oh, and gosh, big milestones like this week all over left, right, and center. 300 followers. We passed $3,600 donated to charity. Crazy. I'm excited as heck, man. Actually, even on my Twitter is now over 300 followers, which kind of blows my mind as well. And I love that Daniel made me a spreadsheet. GIF. That's like the best thing ever. Oh man. So, yeah, lots of fun stuff. Lots of excitement. I've got some surprises for our players, which I think they are going to enjoy. I hope they're going to enjoy. If they don't enjoy them, well, screw them. I'm doing them anyway. You will enjoy it and you will like it. So, we've got lots of cool things and stuff that we are going to be doing today. And I, for one, am crazy excited. Let's see, where did that just go? Twitter. Hey, Boomer, how you doing? Tunarth started watching. Bet my Zoomaroony is filling up quick, which it is. Very cool. The whole gang is getting in place in the backstage back there in the green room. I forgot to turn on my timer, but we're about 10 minutes out. And, yeah. Man, oh man, oh man. Fun stuff. But yeah, no, I'm. It's gonna be a, like I said, it's gonna be a fun episode. Our final tally for first book last month was $370. So I'm very happy about that. We will be announcing our new charity when we go swap over to have the whole cast on, which I'm excited about that too. Hey, it's Durdle King. Durdle. Man, oh man. But yeah, no, we've got, like I said, players have got some interesting things they want to get done this time. I've got some interesting things I want to get done this time. So, Tunarth, look at that. Oh, is my first subscriber. Look at that. I don't know if my, I don't think that my emotes have been approved yet. But we'll have one soon. I know. How crazy is that? Subs. So actually, let's talk a little bit about that as we are getting in here. I reserve the right to change this in the future because I just don't know how it's all going to go and work out. But for our subs, what I'm going to do, and it's down the doobly-doo, subscriptions are a 50-50 split with Twitch. And so what I am going to do is, because I usually always try to donate to each one of our charities each month, and certainly depending on how many subscribers we get, I just don't know how many we're going to get. What I'm going to be doing is I will be covering the basically $250 that Twitch takes from your subscription to put it in so that your subscription dollars go 100% to the charity. So if you're subscribing, and I know it's $5 out of your pocket, don't worry, it's all $5 of those dollars will go to whatever charity we're supporting. The other thing that it will do is, so that it's, since you don't get to shop, is that it will count towards $10 of a donation into the spell bank. And I just got to remember how I'm going to keep track of that. So there's one. Start doing hash marks. Yeah, exactly. Hey, if y'all bankrupt me for charity, I'm okay with that. But yeah, no. So that's how we're gonna do it for as long as that works. And let's see how it goes. So that's what we're going to give a try for subscriptions here at the old channel. I figure if you're making a commitment to give $5 of your money to charity every month, then I can certainly make the commitment to make sure that all of that 5 months goes to charity. So, because we've got a lot to do today, I am going to go ahead and get started with our recap right now, which what happened in our last episode. So last episode, the party had made it back from the monastery of the Redeemed Heart, had recovered the Heart of Gold, the artifact from Luck's past, and seemingly broke the curse that had befallen him. Sorry, a little distracted. Nope, got it. Okay. So made it back to Sojourn's Crossing, and basically just did some work. One of the big things they did is they started to translate the Tome of the Seed. The passage that they were able to transcribe, actually they got a double passage thanks to a Nat 20 donation by that Tunarth used. Began to tell the story of a tiefling who had been working on the Vice basically as a kind of a scout to go forward. If you've ever done any forestry, they sort of, you kind of have these scouts who go out who mark the trees that are to be cut down. And he was marking the trees to basically finish the Viceroy's Highway. That's as it was known before it became the Vice. Tunar donated $30. Not 20s for everyone. Hey, Danny, let everyone know that you did that there so they can mark it on your sheets. So I don't forget. And so they also did lots of things and stuff and things. Hey, Tonya, subscribed. Another subscriber there. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. We will have emotes and stuff very soon. And as I was saying, your $5 will count towards $10 in the spell bank, and never fear, all $5 will go fully to charity. As I will be making up for the part that doesn't that Twitch is cut, basically. A couple of things. One of the fun things that happened was our good friend Luna went drinking with our good friend Knob. Found out that he actually is cousins and kind of part of a larger he is cousins with two of the goblin noblins that had flirted with her mercilessly during her childhood. And that he's part of a larger organization that, as we are slowly referring it to, is kind of the Goblin Mafia. That run very legitimate businesses, I tell you, all across the continent of Laragoth. I got a little Margie on me, but anyway, she hung out with him, did some drinking. She had still having a rough time with the whole tiefling genasi information. This whole idea that the tieflings are trying to sort of clear their name, or her impression that they're supposed to be is clear their name, and she feels as though what they did to her people and that her people are in this situation is sort of unforgivable. Totally not starting a revolution. And then the other part of this is that she... after much concern about Florian's well-being, they discovered that he was okay, and that even though Celia had received a mysterious letter and apparently confirmation that Jungor had been killed, and supposedly killed because she had told him that she was a part of the Obsidian Order, she was concerned for Florian and for Alistair, but found out, in fact, that, as Iska so bluntly put it, Florian's fine. And demanded a performance of her new song at the Cloak and Fireball. And with that, I'm going to let our players know that we're about to go live, since they're all here in the green room, and we're going to go ahead and get started with this thing, because, hey, I'm way too excited not to. Hey, there's a Bird vs. Plane subscription. And let me get them over here. So I'm going to say goodbye for a second, and then we'll be right back over there. Doink. Going live right now, folks. And here they all are. And we've only got one thing that's messed up. I'll get it cleared up. And then we will... let's do first things first and let our good friend Jeanette introduce our charity that we're having this month.
All right. I requested to announce charity this month because it is a charity that is very close to my heart. It is Project Semicolon. Their mission is to help reduce the amount of suicides in the world through community and access to information. Since 2013, they have helped more than 5.2 million people, and we would like that to continue. So donate if you can. You don't have to. If you can't, just spread the word. And please, if anyone is having these thoughts in their head, I have asked Jay to put info with the our charity with the Suicide Prevention Hotline. And if you would rather not speak on the phone physically, I also asked him to put the crisis text hotline. They both are something that I have personally used, so I happily vouch for both of the numbers.
So yes, you can find both the suicide hotline and the crisis text line in the information down below. If anyone needs help, always reach out and try to get that help. Suicide affects far too many young people in our country and around the world, and know that you aren't alone, and that there is and are people out there who want to help you. And as Project Semicolon goes, and which goes right with with sort of our sign off, your story's not over yet. So please take advantage of all those resources. And also just want to let me look real quick. I just saw it come in, but I was doing my announcement. Thanks out to Bird, putting an extra $20 in the bank. So that actually brings the spell bank up to $50 with the 3 subscriptions and Bird's. So who's feeling lucky? Who wants to roll for a spell?
Jeanette should do it.
You got it, Jeanette.
Okay, let me get it up and I'll tell you what the number is. Scrolls by level. Level 2 is... Roll me a D67. 67. A 49 is a... Nice. A Prayer of Healing scroll.
God knows we'll need that.
Yeah, we will.
What is healing?
So interesting of how we will use that. Actually, as a scroll. As a scroll. Gosh, is that going to be instantaneous? I'll have to think about that. Because normally it takes 10 minutes. It's an out-of-combat thing. But with it being a scroll, I wonder... I still think that's an out-of-combat thing. I think it takes that long for... Yeah.
Yeah, duration is the same.
Yeah, duration is the same. It's just that it's a nice thing. Yeah, because it's not going to burn a spell slot. So yeah. And
You can cash it in or you can keep it.
Yep, so that is currently what we have there. So with that, what we're going to do is we are going to pick back up with the party and jump right in here.
How about introductions?
We're going to do it later. No. Quickly, let's do introductions around the room. Start with Tunarth.
I'm Tunarth. I'm playing Kel the Wood Elf Druid. I am continually challenged by what's been going on in my life. Things have taken a really odd turn over the past month or so, and I'm still not entirely sure how to feel about it.
Okay. At some point, we'll find out more. Go ahead, Luna.
Hey, I'm Energy 998, depending on platform. I play Luna, our Water Genasi monk. She's quiet and she's not playing in Revolution. Yeah.
Not at all.
Gotta go fast. Wow.
Good guy, Pie. Yeah. So let's jump right in, and man, here we go.
You know what? I think we just take it a bit slower because that was too quick, everyone. They need to settle down. Anyway, I'm good guy. Yeah, I'm good guy.
Professional streamer right there.
I'm good guy Pie. I will be playing Look Goldheart, and he's a blood hunter, adventurer, the best there is. Let's get into it.
Woohoo! Bird, tell us about yourself.
Hey, I'm Bird versus Plane. I'll be playing Iskatal, the half-elf bard who thinks she finally got one over Florian, but is completely oblivious to the fact that no, it's just bad, guys. It's real bad, but we're going to figure it out.
Let's go with Templar Warden.
Hello, I'm Templar Warden. I'm playing Hidden by Axel, the Tabaxi wizard who's curious, wants to know everything, and is really feeling out of his depth. But he's going through with it anyway because friends. Power of friendship. He needs a pony.
And Tree Hugging Druid.
Hi, I am Tree Hugging Druid. I play Celia. She is the high elf rogue that really wants to kill Florian right now.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Yep.
I don't.
Yep. True.
I
don't. We are at the picking up here at the end of the performance by our good friend Iskatol, and so Florian has just sort of made his exit. If I recall correctly, both Kel and Luck have made their exit as they just wanted to hear the performance and didn't want to tip fate, with Luck still looking somewhat like a tiefling, and Kel in general not a big fan of crowds or hanging out at the Cloak and Fireball. Iska just gave Florian a wink after he stared at her kind of oddly, but it was pretty much the performance that she couldn't have hoped for better. In fact, she rolled a natural, Bird rolled a natural 20, didn't even burn like a donation 20, rolled a nat 20 and nailed it. Poor Nathaniel is in tears at the table. Florian walked out because he's a dick, and Celia is sort of a little bit dumbfounded right now after her conversation that she had with him after getting a zone of truth cast upon her, so that he could find out more about things that she probably didn't want him finding out about. And Axel, I don't know exactly where you are in all of this excitement. You just heard Iska finish her song. You are muted.
Okay, he found his way to one of the table and sort of, just to watch the whole performance for the whole time. It's an amazing performance. So jaw drop, everything's like, Iska's awesome, sort of. Oh my god, Iska's awesome, sort of expression. He's found his way onto one of the tables here.
Okay. So, lots of people come up and congratulate Iska, specifically the other bards who want to learn more about this song, want to be able to play it. You've already transcribed it once for Florian and Nathaniel. Most of these guys are probably just oral learners. You can just sort of quickly take them through the bridge in the background and let them know what the general piece of it is. But things settle down. It is Bowie and Cargold's stage this evening, so they do take the stage after your performance, having been asked to vacate by Florian, and now that he's left, they kind of can get back to their gig and their set as planned. What's everybody doing who's still at the tavern?
Is Luna still? Sorry, not Luna. Iska still surrounded by people? Or?
No, she's sort of, as you can see, I'll go by what she did with the map. She sort of moved her to the table close to the stage, but for the most part, people have moved on with their evening, have started eating and drinking again. It's not super crowded in here. Again, we haven't seen the caravans come in from west, that were delayed by the rains, and but more, some of the people who might have come in on horseback, things like that, are starting to approach, and even people who are arrived, unfortunately, a couple days early, who are trying to sort of be the first person for the caravans as they rolled in to get the pick of whatever rolled in, are kind of here and sort of cooling their heels until those first caravans arrive.
Okay. Luna will just kind of walk by Iska's table, pat on the head, and continue. She's actually going to go try and see if Gantry's in his room now, because I don't think she actually talked to him.
Yep.
Very quickly. Just general checking.
Yeah. No, you head on up there and knock on Gandry's door, but there's no answer. However, you do, in that upper hallway, you do see Rennert.
Bow. No.
Ah, Luna. How are you this evening?
Fine.
If you are looking for Gandry, I think he is out with his lady friend. They have been spending much time together, and as soon as she gets off work, they usually spend their afternoon and evenings together.
Luna will smile a little bit, nod.
If you want to try them, they might be at Terrence's, but they seem to have many different places as they are exploring, and she shows she shows him around the town, and I think shows him off a little as well.
It is fine.
Very well then. And he heads off.
Yep. All right. I think Luna will get into the room, actually.
Okay.
I'm done from there.
So Luna heads up to retire. Iska, Axel, Cilia down in the main room.
I'm probably still just chatting with a few other people. I'm listening to a few of the bards. As one performer to the next, they saw my performance. I want to sit in for at least a little bit of theirs.
Mm-hmm.
So just having an ale real quick, a little bit exhausted from the day. It's been a long few days, I think.
Yeah.
So just kind of sitting up front, listening, not saying much, asking questions when people bring them, like any of the bards want a clarification on something.
Okay. Axel, Cilia?
Cilia is going to go outside and beat up a tree.
Okay. So, yeah, go out and try. Yeah, that's kind of your normal evening activity. Go ahead and give me your training rolls for the night. 3, whether you want to do main hand or offhand, whatever you choose.
Okay, I will do 2 main hand and an offhand.
Okay.
So let's go with rapier. Nice! Rapier. Dagger.
Okay. On your first rapier strike, you again experience this weird phenomenon that you had experienced before, where as you thrust forward with your rapier, almost 2/3 of it disappears through a sort of black slit of shadow and emerges from a completely different angle into where you had targeted something before. It's interesting. It catches you off guard, but not as much as the first time where you yank it back out. You kind of hold the blade there for a moment, and as you actually feel a weird something almost wiggling or touching, bumping the blade from within that darkness, other planar space.
Fun!
And as you pull it out, kind of in a again, your next 2 attacks, you kind of try to reproduce it, but your blade does not pass through into this other dimension. Hey, trolls! As you continue on with your training, Axel, your evening.
He's enjoying some dwarven stout, and when the crowd around Uska listens slightly, he's gonna hop up and head over, very excited. And, Iska, that was really great. I've heard you play before, but I haven't heard you play this song, and it was really really great. And I don't really cry, but I was I really felt something. So that was great, and it gives her another mini Axel hug.
Mini Axel hug.
Yeah. Regular size Iska hug back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think even Florian almost shed a tear. It's the best performance I can remember.
Like Axel pauses and makes. Yeah. That was amazing. That was great. It's like, yeah, you've done some pretty damn amazing performances already in his mind, so it's like, yep.
But of all of them, making that rat bastard feel an emotion might be the highlight.
Yeah. Cool. Well, as you the two of you sort of bask in the acting, Luck and Kel, you are heading back down to Uils. Any conversation or just heading back down and to retire for the evening?
I'm just planning on heading back to retire for the evening.
Luck? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Although, and maybe I'm misremembering, but it wasn't. No, it was a different appointment that was at noon. For some reason, I had it in my head that this was at noon. Not
the first time with Nathaniel
the first time
was at
it was.
noon.
Right.
Yeah, well, you thought it was Florian, but Florian stood you up.
Right.
Yeah. Because Florian's a dick.
Yes.
He's so proud of it as well. It's just
he's complex.
He's complex. He's misunderstood.
No,
actually, he's not misunderstood at all.
Oh, he's not misunderstood, but he's still
complex. Is accurate.
Complex is accurate.
Is right.
Complex is accurate.
Does not. But you could be a Rubik's cube with 1,000 cubes, still makes you a dick.
Yeah, it's true. Well, especially if you're a Rubik's cube
so
with 1,000 things and no real answer. One that is unsolvable. That's just a trick.
Because there's two.
I'll let you move the stickers.
Yeah, it's true.
Which if you do, you're evil.
Yes. Very.
That's cheating.
It is.
So, just for my part, just heading back to Uils to settle and do my usual routine of meditation, followed by, wandering out and foraging and being out in nature.
And Luck, I mean, you've had an interesting couple of days. You're just going to turn in for the night. And again, having to conceal yourself, you're not sure if you've got a whole lot of options. But
he'll probably take Grain sort of as he's walking back off his shoulder.
Oh, right.
And just go through some, the very basics. Once, sit, walk, follow, and then he'll sort of try and get something like a large radius follow. So doing like a sweep round like you see in Cilia.
Okay. So sort of a scout, almost like kind of like a bird dog does. Okay, give me an animal handling check and let's see how you do training Grain on a sort of scout ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, Grain doesn't quite get what you're trying to get him to do. He keeps thinking you're wanting to play fetch and keeps just immediately running out and coming back, bringing you things. A branch, a random rock or whatever. He's just not quite understanding. Go out there and stay out there and look around. But he's not a stupid dog. He's just a little communication barrier there.
A little.
Okay, so we'll say that continues on until you head back in and retire for the night. Axel, Iska, I know Axel, you had a thing.
But sort of Axel hang around until like Iska's, everything's gone and like Iska's ready to go. But keep company for most of the time. Probably if she's the center of attention, he might sort of slink off to get a few more drinks and come back and
Phenomenally high tolerance for a very small cat, but yeah. you were raised by a dwarf.
Yeah. It's probably lower than he expects now. But sort of he's gonna wait for everyone to go. It's like, are we going to stay here, or are we going to go back to the place and to sleep for the night?
I mean, you have the rooms paid for. Luna's already upstairs. Cilia, I assume after she trains, will head up.
It's Axel's asking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Iska, yeah.
I'm sorry, would you ask that one more time? I was getting in flood of whispers. I was trying to handle. Sorry about that.
Axel was like, do we go back to the place to sleep, or do we should just go to our rooms for the night? If you want to, I mean.
From what I gathered from Celia, this person came in, left everything untouched, but just enough she could see it. I don't know if staying here is the smartest choice, but at least we're surrounded by people. At least there's people here. I probably feel more comfortable here than anywhere else tonight.
Yeah, and if you want, I can set up like alarms, so that'll be fine.
I love that. I don't think anyone else would be mad if they go off. In fact, I think people would be very happy if they went off in this case.
Well, I mean, I can make it that only we can hear it, and it'll be in our heads, so that works as well. And
you can do that?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Cool. So after about an hour, you feel as though you've done your diligence with the other bards, having heard them play. You head up, and Axel sets the alarm spell, and
well, as many as is needed to cover both the doors and the windows.
Yep. So you're able to easily get everything alarmed without much problem at all.
Yeah, and then I set it up. I think it's so that Iska and Axel are the ones who hear it in their heads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. And of course, none of our company will set them off.
Right. Yep. You can set it to whatever. So that's great. So feeling protected for the evening. Anything else?
I shouldn't. Axel's gonna sit down with Iska for a while and chat about this new little idea that he has. He's got this spell that he wants to rework in terms of make it broader. He's not really got it. It's a particularly a targeted spell, but it's a big long ritual. And he doesn't know if it worked, but really what he wants to do is make it general as opposed to targeted, and that was going to take an hour. But he chats with Iska quite a while about all these things that he's figured out, all his notes on it, and so he lets Iska know that, and Iska's, and it's going to take a long while for him to complete the ritual, so he'll keep it quiet. I'll keep it quiet, he says as he draws a large circle on the floor of the room.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Axel's up to something.
Yeah, he's gonna. And so he'll settle down and sort of in the center of the circle and go through the whole hour-long ritual. Don't know if Iska's going to be there for the whole time because he's pretty much he's dragged into the ritual. He's not going to be chatting while he does this.
You talked about weird magic. I think she's going to just sit there like cross-legged on like one of the beds, just like waiting for like anything to change.
Something explodes.
Yeah. Okay. We will. That will wrap up the evening, and we'll see what happens with that come morning.
Yay.
Night passes uneventfully, and morning rolls around. Kel, you, of course, being up earliest, early morning hours, can go out and do your foraging as normal. Would you do me a survival check? Yep. You find a nice piece of big game, and remembering Balshirian's disappointment last time, could easily sneak this in the early morning hours so you don't get caught by any of the stable hands or people you sneaking into Balshirian's theoretically secure residence.
Cool.
Yeah, I assume you fill him in about Florian is fine, that
Yes.
He is thankful for this fine treat that you have brought him. I believe next we usually have Luna awakening before dawn as well to do her. How are you spending your early morning? Are you doing your monk things or other things?
I would do my although we're supposed to be going on the road today, correct?
Yep.
So actually, I would probably forego that and see if R&T is open.
R&T.
Massage guy.
Oh, got yep. Sure. You can go and see. Do me an investigation check.
Okay.
It's not really an investigation, but sure. We'll go by.
Hey, that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, yeah. You make it there, no problem. Anonymous donated $100.
What?
Thank you, Anonymous. Suicide can affect anyone, anytime. Let me read this out. Suicide can affect anyone at any time. November 21st, 1992. Thank you, Anonymous, and our hearts are with you. I guess I will put this into the spell bank and take that up to 150. Which takes it to a golly. 150 will be a 100 is level 4, so that would be a level 5 spell. Who would like to roll?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Sincerely, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Whoever you
Thank you
are,
very much.
Thank you.
we feel for you.
Yeah. It's a D.
So many.
Oh, go ahead.
We lost an Axel.
We lost Axel, but he usually comes right back. So while we're doing this, I'm not going to worry too much about getting stuff up. It is a D46.
39.
Tell you what, let me get the shared window open so we're not all just a mess.
Sure.
There we go. There's the shared window. It is a 39. A 39 is seeming.
Hey!
Level 5. Cool. That could come in really handy.
Yeah. That might not be a bad one to bank, honestly, but it's a group.
Y'all's call. You're welcome to do it however you want. I'll let you think on it. Decision doesn't have to be made right this second. And in fact, before we move on, if we get another donation, I'll let you guys make a call on whether you want to bank it or move on. We were the following morning. Yes, Rubens.
Yes.
You find it there, but he is not there. You actually see a business hours sign there, and in a bad scroll, you just see him has put variable.
Fair enough.
He is not available, unfortunately. Who knows? It is I was gonna say, is it Monday morning? Yeah, apparently he doesn't do Mondays. Is that right? Let me check. I claim it is now. Yeah, it's Monday. It's early Monday morning. Yeah, Ruben's not a Monday morning type of guy.
Figured it was worth a shot because.
Absolutely. Hey, that's a good. It is a good buff to have, no doubt.
All right, then I will slide back and do my usual training until Celia gets up. Then I would switch to longsword training if she would be up for it.
Okay. Celia, because of doing her training, her trance usually ends a little bit earlier in the a little bit later in the morning.
Right.
So let's bump through some of our other folks. Let's go to Iska. Golly, I hope Templar makes his way back. I hate to have the cameras messed up for this long, but we will survive. So Iska and Axel, because you all are sharing the same room. Iska, we'll say you're up before Axel. You are kind of bursting at the seams a little bit because of the outcome of the ritual, but you know that it is for Axel to share. So you're kind of up a little bit early with excitement, but and are very excited about what has occurred over the evening.
I will RP that the best I can. Iska's stoked, even more so than usual this morning, but she also has a couple things she wants to get done. Is there anyone else at the Cloak and Fireball right now?
Yeah, I mean,
But-
usually there's someone always down in the main room.
I mean, like, of our party. Not just
Of your party, no, Luna's left. Cilia is in her room, but still in her trance. Axel is still asleep after being a little bit tired after the ritual that he performed.
Okay. Any update with... did Lux stay here tonight?
No, Lux stayed down at Uo's.
That's right. Okay, cool. Then Iska will just get her day started, I think. Iska has a couple plans she wants to
Okay.
check out. So I think she will probably take off, get some breakfast, and then start taking off towards Mods and Heralds.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you see, as you go downstairs, I mean, Madeline's up getting the kitchen running for the day, making sure that everything's all set to go. Agatha always up early having her morning cup of tea, and even Thorben is around, sort of that after the weekend, getting everything set and ready for the week ahead. You head out and go straight to Marge and Harold's, and Harold is out front. He's drinking what can only be thought of as like a Oktoberfest-sized mug of black coffee that just...
Is it a boot? Please tell me it's a boot. Tell me he's drinking a boot.
It's not a boot. I'm sorry, I can't... No, I would love it for it to be a... Okay, fine, it's a boot. He has placed a handle. It is actually a plate. He has taken plate armor and welded it into a giant mug. He is basically drinking out of a plate armor shoe. Which, comes up mid-thigh. So, yeah, I mean, and again, for his size, yeah, and he's just slugging back. Coffee so strong you can smell it from, 10 feet away. And just slurping it out. Hey, morning. She's in there getting set up. You might want to let her get her first sip of coffee first, though.
I was actually coming here hoping to talk with you, Harold.
Oh, okay. How can I help? I've already had mine.
Axel's told us all at quite a length that you are quite the vice explorer, adventurer.
Hunter, yes, I am. I can tell you about all of my adventures. Here, sit on down right here.
All right, but first, I have a very specific question about the vice.
Okay.
And Iska wants to take out that box she received from Florian.
Okay.
And the two
crystals
that were inside.
Yep.
And basically ask, have you seen these before?
Oh.
Do you know what these are? Are they for the vice?
Yeah. Well, well, I don't even need to ask who, so you must have done something for Florian.
She very annoyingly messes
you're wearing
with
your
her
sash? Gotcha.
Sash.
Yes. Ah, I see. Well, I'll tell you this. Those two crystals right there are worth more than all that platinum in there. Those are Vice-attuned Greater Restoration crystals. They are very difficult to come by. They have to be enchanted within the Vice at, quite frankly, risk to life and limb, to then be usable without risk inside of the Vice. 1 charge each.
So these crystals are some of the only surefire ways to heal yourself within the Vice.
Not just heal yourself, restore yourself.
Okay.
Most of the weirdness in there, not all, but most, is curable by a restoration of this strength. Save your life. Only thing more valuable would be our hibernation crystals. Horrible things, though. It's like being inside a coffin. But you can't make it through otherwise. I go in and hunt and get back out before the exhaustion kills me. But if you're going all the way through, pretty much the only way you can is going into a hibernation crystal before the exhaustion kills you, both mental and physical.
And these hibernation crystals, are they easy to come by around the Vice?
Oh, for the right amount of money. I assume that's what the platinum's for, and it's not to own one, it's to rent one. One-way trip only. You'll need to head down to the crystal vendors down there. But
Great.
the good news is you won't have to deal with the goblins at the restoration station. They're thieves, crooks. Gotta say, I respect them though.
She'll laugh at that and say, well, thank you, Harold. I got a busy day, but before I go, how about a story or two? And she'll just sit with Harold for a little bit.
Okay.
Just kind of build up his... that dude's always bursting to tell stories, and he helped me out, so I want to help him out too.
Oh yeah, and he has phenomenal stories to tell. In fact, song-worthy stories to tell about his adventures within the Vice, of the creatures that he's battled, the truly horrific surges and magics that he's seen take the lives, or certainly changed forever the lives of people that he's known. It is Harold is a virtual musical ready to be scored of stories. Let's now move over to we're going to, how do we want to do this? So we're going to rewind time just a little bit to before you left the room, as you got up, and seeing Axel asleep, exhausted, but with a very content smile upon his face, because even the player Templar does not know what the outcome is from his thing. And as you walk out, you see the product of his casting last night, curled up sort of in the nape of his neck. A small winged rainbow salamander familiar that he summoned. You will find within your handout
Team Pet.
Your new familiar.
I did always want one of those rainbows.
And this one is actually winged, because it's not really one. It's actually as a space. It's a fae that has taken this form on.
I'm so excited for it to meet Grain.
It
And
can
you are
vibe
welcome
rain.
to name him however you please. You should have editing rights too.
Yep.
I mean, I just picked
Adorable.
thing, but yeah, basically it has a platinum head. I couldn't find exact picture, but basically it has a platinum head. Then one arm is red, another one is black, another is green, the other is blue. I'm sorry, and the tail is black. So red, white, green, blue, and then a black tail with a platinum head.
Nice.
And then his little wings that actually seem to like almost be iridescent and change color as he like flaps and moves as light hits them. They are somewhat translucent, so they basically shimmer with all of those colors as it sort of flaps and flies. Much more like a hummingbird flight than an actual long stroke flight. I mean, but not like, it's not like dragonfly wings. It's like hummingbird wings. Those real pretty hummingbird type wings. They can sort of fold in against its back. So with that, we'll have you wake. We'll let Axel wake up again with a huge smile upon his face.
Yeah, he is. He's a happy cat. Was he aware of the salamander's arrival?
Yes, it
during
arrived
this-
last night, and so you met and introduced each other to each other.
Yeah.
So
he's up and happy, but he gets the salamander on his hand, just sit on his hand, sort of like that, and he goes around and sort of does his things, so very careful to keep the settlement upright. But he goes through his morning and he actually chats. Is Eska still there?
Well, actually,
Or did she
she
go
would
off to
head
Harold?
off to Marge and Harold's. I guess the question is whether you wanted to go with her or do something on your own.
Then he'll actually go with her.
Okay.
Yeah, and
We'll
then
say
get
you headed to
back.
Marge and Harold's and heard about the crystals and are listening to a few stories. I guess in that case, shall we jump back? We'll just jump back. And so you've listened to your stories. What's next on your list? Iska, Axel.
Well, okay. Because we're jumping around here, Iska would have talked this over with Axel at some point, but Axel, we talked about waiting for a caravan, but it sounds like no one's really sure when the next one's going to come, and we need to hit the road. I have the means, as she pats the box full of platinum. I think we should just buy our own wagon and horses. I think we should hit the road ourselves, and as soon as possible.
Well, I'm okay with. Well, I mean, your horse is good, but a wagon can make us, a target. If you want to do that, I mean, we can probably deal with bandits, but I don't think we want to. But if you want to, and then maybe if we talk to the others, maybe they'll have the idea. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay
Right.
with that.
Well,
Wagon
right.
would be nice.
You're sitting there with Harold. So Harold basically sort of chimes in and is like, well, if you're headed to the other directions, certainly that's a concern. But between Sojourns and West, especially this time of year with the amount of traffic you have going on, the crossing guard patrols all the way close to half the distance, and West's guards patrol the other half. Of all roads on the western side of Laragoth, this time of year probably the most. It might as well be in the city. There's so many guards to make sure that these final shipments make it through quickly. Now, that's not to say that a group that was highly motivated and willing to take enormous risks couldn't stage something, but they'd be dealing with the caravan guards of their own caravans plus the guards of both cities. So, yeah, a wagon at this time of year in that direction is not going to be too much of an issue. And if you're planning on going through, based off of your questions, you are running out of time. In a little over a week, the spawn is not at its height, but that's known as the beginning of spawning season. Less than a month after, the vice will close.
Axel, we'll talk to the others. We'll let them know before we do this, and maybe Kel can help us pick the finest horses. Celia can help us, or even Luck can help us find the finest wagons. We'll reconvene with the others later before we go through with this.
Yeah, and if we have a wagon, we can bring some things with us. That might be an idea.
Okay.
Ask Harold, as someone who's been to the Vice and back, any wagon suppliers and Sojourns that you could point us towards? Anyone to avoid?
Not too much. I mean, truly, it's all controlled down through the Mercantile. You're not going to have much problem. But, I just closed that. Darn it. Stand by. You are friends with Sky. Her father, who I will hook you up. Give me a second. I gotta get his name. I had it open. I was right there. Sky. Alden at the Mercantile. Let him know you are in the market, and he could have something for you pretty much immediately. And we'll make sure you're not taken.
Excellent. Thank you for everything, Harold.
I think I was clicking on it and hit the X instead. Let's go to Luna and Celia. We'll say that You got Celia. If you are willing, you the two of you got about 2 hours worth of longsword training in, and yeah. I mean, what's next? Y'all head in for breakfast or
Sure.
inside the Cloak and Fireball?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, mimosas. It's it's probably 10 o'clock or so at this point after your training.
Actually, Luna doesn't want any alcohol near her.
Oh yeah, that's probably true.
Not right now.
Yep. As you're sitting there, Celia, Bagan, Thurlwood, the person who you commissioned for your jewelry, comes in extremely excited and shows you your piece of jewelry and basically goes, well, you'll see. Coralon, it looks almost just like a shuriken already. So it was easy. And he shows you that basically the center section, it's a silver symbol of Coralon, which basically is a 8-pointed star with the top and bottom elongated. You see that inset inside the center of it, looking very ornamental, is obsidian. And he shows you, just give it a little push and it pops right out, and then is your shuriken, which is about the size, a little bit larger than a modern day quarter, like $50 size-ish. That is well balanced and certainly would be throwable. But he is phenomenally excited that he thought it was going to be much harder to work it in to make it, but when it's popped in there, it does. It just looks like a ornamental piece, sort of in black and silver, to sort of match your normal outfits. But in fact is a quite interesting hidden weapon for you.
Awesome. Luna, you see Celia. She goes from like this really angry emotion to just freaking excited.
She just kind of blinks, doesn't comment though.
And then he looks at Luna and goes, you are Luna, you know Florian.
Nods.
And he holds up a ring, a beautiful golden ring that on the top of it has what looks almost like a Mobius strip, sort of the infinity symbol.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
And in each sort of quadrant of it is rubies, sapphires, diamonds, then opals. And he goes, he had this made especially for you. I'm sorry, wrong voice. Especially for you. The rubies are fire and water, and you see the opals, air, and diamond for earth, because brown was, earth is hard. But diamonds are from that, we thought it'd work. But here, and you see it's blank when he goes, can you exhale on it? And as it does, you see that within the inside there's an inscription that says, the Arcana Mystica stands with the Genasi.
Perfect.
And he goes, does it read okay? I can't see it. Apparently only those of your people can see it. He didn't want there to be many misunderstandings of who this message was for.
Perfect.
He hands it to her. And then he goes, and your friend, he kind of seems embarrassed and hands you this brooch. He wanted that made too, and it's a big giant treble clef in silver. Actually, a big giant purple treble clef in sort of like lavender enamel, and then with a big silver A&M next to it.
Nods her head, doesn't comment.
Bird's face.
Yeah.
Guys, I wanted to show you something real fast.
Okay.
I'm gonna look around on Roll20.
So yes, a
This is a
ninja.
ninja.
Nice. Oh, so that's your shuriken throw? Awesome.
She's gonna be Hokage.
Okay. So,
Believe it.
I can't wait till we're in the middle of like a super tense boss fight with like last ditch effort is this shuriken, and suddenly we all see Silly as a ninja pop up.
That would be kind of the best.
So, just for expediency, we'll say that everyone sort of heads down, I think, because everyone's curious as what luck looks like this morning. And we're going to sort of jump cut straight down to Uil's, where you all have all gathered together. And as you step into the back room, you see Luck. And it's interesting. There are still tiny sort of nubs of horns on his forehead, but there are very large, that you can now see on his normal colored skin, scars the size of what the horns used to be on his forehead. Interestingly enough, he is still the same increased height and musculature as Luck. Good Guy Pie had received a generous donation during the American Cancer Society Marathon, which was originally going to be a weapon enchantment to give him a +1 on damage in rolls, but has manifested itself as an increase in his strength by +2.
Nice.
Which basically is the equivalent of a +1 to damage and rolls.
And more.
Yeah.
That puts me at max strength.
It does. Well, no, I've already changed. I've already changed to the 18. You were at 16.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, you're still at 18. You're at
18.
18 strength, which is very cool.
I'll take it.
Very nice.
So, let's talk wagons.
Is the party okay? Yeah, Iska puts forth the idea that if there's not a caravan coming, or if we don't necessarily have the time to wait around, we have a week. Harold said, possibly before.
Probably a week before you're going to get a caravan, maybe more going that way.
Well, and even before the Vice.
A week before the spawn starts, basically a month before the Vice closes. So. I mean, it's not saying that it's impassable. It's just that the Vice gets more treacherous the deeper into the spawn that you get.
There's normal difficulty, and then there's like hard mode.
Yes,
and
then
normal
there's
difficulty.
They just shut it down.
Gotcha. So yeah, Iska puts forth the idea that I have this commission from Florian and the Arcana Mystic. I am more than happy to buy a wagon and horses for us to expedite our journey to get down there.
You're not talking about the crystals, just the money in the box, right?
Yes. No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm just gonna she better not be still.
I got these dumb crystals. I don't know. As she like throws one against a wall.
Yeah.
Murder. No.
Now, remind me, player question. Geography-wise, Moss Hollow is
halfway-ish halfway down the road to west. So you are heading the right direction. You basically are going to be taking a dog leg into the Glint Pale swamp to get to Moss Hollow. And actually, we will say that as you are talking this, Tian whispers into Axel because his thoughts are open of that information, because Tian, has been there, was there for much of his time with the order. So Tian knows pretty much where it is and how to get there.
So Axel shares this with. Tian said he could at least give us. I mean, he could give me directions, and we can work together, and we can figure out where Moss Hollow is. So
with a wagon, we could take Tian with us.
That's exactly what I said. I said we could bring some things with us, and I meant Tian, but we're out there, so I was going to say it. So we can actually take Tian with us.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And
why are we actually going through the Vice? Because isn't the thing in Malathera, which is on this side of the Vice?
No, we had to go through. We had to go to Moss Hollow, and then we had to go through the Vice to Western New Pat.
Currently, Iska has a contract to go through the Vice.
Yeah, that too.
Oh.
And I think because
there's also the Tieflings are going to Falcon's Crest,
correct,
which is on the other side of the Vice.
Correct.
So if Not,
And
you
then
know,
Sorry,
not,
player memory, not all there.
Yeah,
It's all good.
There's also Darix,
Well-
apparently, which is also, I think, was Weir Veltorium
That's
was
fine.
hoping to hit
a big
after
question.
Apollo, I think.
Correct. Yep. Heading to his note said he was heading to Darixus, which is on the
Yeah,
other
so
side of
be-
the Vice as well.
Okay,
So if he's not
fair
Mos
enough.
Hollow,
Just
then-
wanted to clarify everything because we've had lots of information come at us at different times.
Oh yeah, no,
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, it does.
So yeah, I mean, it sounds as though everyone's in agreement. Finding a wagon is pretty easy. You find Sky's dad down there at the Mercantile. Also, Uil basically he kind of walks down there with you to give a wagon a look over anything that you might choose. You are able a wagon. A good 2-ton wagon, which means it can carry, 1-ton wagon, carry 2,000 pounds, is 50 gold pieces. This time of year, a lot of people, basically sell their wagon. So because they're not going to use it, if they're basically people who just go back and forth through the Vice, they sell and then buy a new one, next year. So there's a little bit of a glut there, but they're all in good shape, and Uil makes sure you get one that is, well maintained, one he's probably done some work on himself and is very confident in. Horse-wise is a little tougher. You see a couple ponies that are there, which Uil's kind of sketchy about whether even the two of them, and they seem very rambunctious. And he kind of points you towards a mule, a big sort of plow mule type mule that is, certainly has known work in its day. It's not that it's too old or that it's decrepit in any way. I mean, it is a good, solid, sturdy mule, but it's not as flashy as horses would be, but a good, solid animal for your purposes. And it would only take one mule compared to the two ponies, which seem a bit. But your choice. Also, the ponies are 200 gold pieces apiece, and the mule's only 40 gold pieces.
That sounds like a deal to me.
You notice that the mule is eating a carrot, Luna. Just saying.
I don't.
You have no
I
idea.
don't know what that could possibly
mean.
mean. What that could possibly mean.
Just saying.
The mule sounds like a nice guy.
Well, no, Bill sounds good. And that's
Mule?
more money for other stuff. So.
Yeah, but do we really want to cheap out on horses for the Vice?
Have you seen those horses? We don't need grain part 2 and 3. Let's get the mule.
if everyone's okay with the mule, yeah.
Okay, so for 90 gold pieces, you are set up with a wagon and and actually, luckily, at the Mercantile, you hadn't thought of this before. They are one of the few places that can break 100 platinum piece bar. So this also gives you some actual money, and luckily for you, since you are dealing with Aldrin, he does not charge you for breaking that, and it might be a good idea to get another one broken.
Yeah.
Iska has the realization that it might be a good idea to have another one broken, so she goes ahead and she
Yes.
she breaks another one.
So yeah, and what he does with the other one is he gives you half of it in 100 gold piece bars, and then 500 gold, 5 gold piece bars, and then does the same, I'd say, with some of it's in bars, some of it's in gold. I'm not going to stress on it, but you have that in gold now instead of in giant platinum. It's like you're carrying around like bearer bonds. However, West can be an expensive place. Anyway, so with that, what's your next course of action? I know, you had discussed last time that Madeline can certainly get you provisions for the road by cashing in your rooms for the rest of the time. That's easy enough if that's what you guys want to do. So her only question is whether you have a cook or whether you want everything sort of easy fare. I'm assuming that with luck you want to do half and half, or just all stuff that can be cooked. She can make it all roadworthy, no problem.
I think it would, considering the trouble we have to make, making it all roadworthy would be the best option.
Y'all's call.
Especially if when we get to when we get certain places, we might not want to make a fire.
I was gonna say, yeah, like having smoke, scents, everything. Yeah.
Very good.
We're not allowed to stop in the vice, so
Yeah. Okay, so
This is not a judgment statement on Lux cooking.
Yeah.
By the way,
and
I will
this is
reassure
only
you.
going to be about 2 weeks worth of road rations, which pretty much is what gets you to West. Not a whole lot further. Yeah. So you guys kind of, unless there's anything else, this would be a wave goodbye and get you guys out on the road to Sojourns. Wave goodbye to Sojourns and out on the road towards Moss.
Have we checked Marge's
For
Anything?
stuff that might be useful?
Yeah.
Because she says she's always got this useful stuff.
Take a look, Luck.
Yep.
Luke's gonna see what Marge has to offer after we get some carriages and stuff sorted.
Let's see. Let me go to Marge's. Oh, darling, how are you? Look at you, back to your handsome self. Feeling better, I guess. We're assuming that you still have your cloak on, covering the two little nubbin horns.
Yeah. Well,
Have you
much
been
better.
working out? And she makes some small talk. Marge is kind of suffering, as everyone else is, as caravans haven't been through. Her stock is kind of low. The one thing that she does have is she has 3 greater healing potions, which might be of use to you. These are normally 100 gold apiece, but if you buy all 3, I'll give you to you for 250.
Sounds good.
We'll say that it would let Iska know when you get back that you spent some of his gold from the Arcana Mystica.
Yeah. Greater healing potions might be useful.
Yeah.
Definitely could be useful. Harold's like, good choice. And so 3 graders, subtract out. I'll remind Iska to pull out 250 when he gets back.
I'll put that in my spreadsheet.
Yep. Minus 250 for healing. And we'll say pretty much, if that's it, you guys are probably on the road before lunch, heading out down the road to West and eventually to Moss Hollow. Tian's loaded up on the wagon. You've got your rations. It's a 2-ton wagon, so easily all of you can ride, or if people would like to walk, certainly that's easy too. You start heading out for on your next leg of the journey.
I will do what we were doing before when we were just walking, or when we were kind of with the caravan as well, and just kind of, if Cilia does, I have a feeling that Cilia and I will kind of team up and do front and back scouting around as we move. I don't know what.
Yep. The biggest thing you do notice is Harold was exactly right. Literally, probably about every 2 to 3 miles, there are little, I'll call them sort of like, I don't want to call them guard shacks, but it's almost like that. It's sort of little places where you do see that the guards that everyone affectionately calls the crossing guards from Sojourn's Crossing are out there, sort of in case anyone needs help. They've got basic blacksmith supplies. It's kind of like almost it's kind of AAA of the caravan, because you have a wagon broken down in the middle of the road, it stops everything. So they are the lifeblood of Sojourn's Crossing is trade, and so they are there very much so to keep that artery clean and clear and wagons moving. Currently, you're pretty much the only thing headed southwest, but no doubt that it's going to quickly get to you're going to be bumping into people who are heading out of the Vice after the rains. Road is well maintained. Kel, go ahead and give me a perception check. I mean, just to see if you see anything out of the ordinary, but it's pretty much, as I said, it's kind of just like the picture. It's a nice, clear, open road. This is much more agricultural on this side of Sojourns, and I think the presence of the guards around this area keeps farms sort of from being plundered. People feel safer sort of living out here in an agricultural rural area. It's not quite the wilds of to the north of Sojourns Crossing. It's becoming much more civilized, cultivated land, and the influence of Sojourns Crossing is really can be felt here, as this is the first time you all have headed down this road, and even in your multiple weeks in Sojourns Crossing. It's almost surprising to you that this is how different this is from the other 3 roads that you have gone down. Kel, it's not super surprising to you because your foraging has taken you out somewhat. The one thing you do know is that actually this way your foraging has not been as lucky as it has been to the other sides, because with it being more cultivated, of course, larger game and things like that somewhat avoid it, but you do find that there are other herbivores that love to go after fields, deer and such, rabbits, things like that thrive in farmland that you're to. So your first half day, I guess the big question is, how do you all want to proceed? Just head on down, ease on down the road. You're making fairly good time. I mean, it's the nice part is you're in a wagon, so it's not as though it's very taxing. Your speed is about the same as your walking speed when you get right down to it. The mule does seem to be plenty strong and actually seems quite eager to get a chance to pull something. As though he's been pent up for a little too long.
Just table talk for a sec that, like, if we ever do want to, like, your Axel's Dragon Stride rune should work with horses and wagons and everything, right? Because it's not about people, it's about area.
Yeah.
We don't need to try it right away.
I mean, it's about time, so you can certainly try. I mean, from what Axel knows, I would say that would make sense. It's not a people thing. It is a bubble of
area thing, yeah.
time dilation around you.
Axel will mention that he's got a limited number of gems to use with it, and so it's not an infinite thing. He's willing to set it up if they want to rush. If the others are willing to sit in the car, because he himself has been alternating between sitting in the car and wandering around next to the caravan. So chatting with the salamander, which he has finally named. He sort of went through a whole bunch of names, sort of like, oh, do you like this one? Do you like that one? Do you like this one? Trying to get a response. So I think I had it and I've lost it now. Oh yeah, I think it was Gonry.
Could you...
Gonry, Gonre.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Gonry and Grain. G&G.
Didn't even know.
So,
I have another question, just from logistically, if we're bringing Tian with us, how do we have Tian in the wagon? Where in the wagon? And I'm presuming you will have talked to him a bit, whatever, about his own protective abilities to help protect the wagon potentially as we travel, or?
I mean, Certainly.
How is that going to work, or can it work?
I mean, you know, I mean, Tian has his candles, which certainly you would have brought with him, and certainly has, as you saw, a couple of his attacks that he has used. I mean, basically, he is pretty much like another semi player controlled NPC. But as far as like fields, he does not have any specific sort of like protective field or aura, if that's what you're thinking of, Danny. I mean, just he is. He is certainly letting him know, hey, I mean, Tian is going to protect his master. If that's kind of what you're asking.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't forget that detail, and then something happens and we haven't prepared.
Oh yeah, no, don't worry.
That guy did some damage against us. So
Well, I mean,
I'm
Axel
excited
was
he is on
gonna-
our side.
I mean, actually, like, when night happens, he is going to put an alarm on the wagon itself to make sure that no one goes miss with our stuff that's on there, particularly Tian. But when we realized that's his plan, he did sort of mention that. I didn't even mention that. But I mean, Axel just sort of put Tian sort of at the front, sort of the front of the wagon, inside the wagon carpet at the front of it. And there's the book as well. But I think Axel's a bit too hyped to be back on the road to quite yet settle down and just like spend the whole journey sitting in the car studying yet.
Okay.
Maybe for the next half of the day.
I claim that doesn't let you see all this stuff, but that you can see he exists.
Yep.
If you look in your campaign characters, you'll see Tian and Tian's candles sheets in there.
We need
Does Kel need to be part of that translation?
No, remember he speaks Dwarvish.
No,
the book.
Yes,
Book.
Kel would need to be a part of any translation work that it would happen. We'll say the day goes by, everyone happy, the rest half of the day goes by, coming into evening, as you've seen and in your perception checks, you saw, there are pretty much almost like Morgan's Creek, places that are pretty much set up for caravan camping. They have a guard at them, so as night approaches, you are able to easily camp there, if that is your intent, or if you want to travel through the night, you're welcome to do that too.
Actually,
Well, certainly we can travel through the night if Cilia and I trade off while everybody else sleeps.
Yep, your only concern would be the mule eventually is going to get tired, but I mean, he's only been pulling for half a day. Mules are good pack animals. I mean, you could ask him if you wanted. I mean,
that's true. I could.
I'm just imagining the mule has a really foul mouth. Makes the PG rating.
We're doing so good. Let's not roll against it.
No, I don't know that we need to push too hard. I mean, what's everybody else's feeling? I don't know that I necessarily want to be making all the decisions here.
Axel suggested that maybe they rest at end and then just travel all day tomorrow into the Rune and get all the things done, like for the whole travel tomorrow.
Do a big travel, rest up this day and do a big travel next day.
And do we know how far we are along this road to wherever it is that we're going to be turning off to go to Moss Hollow?
It's about 3 days, 2 to 3 days, according to Tian. He is used to doing this on foot, so on wagon he might be off by a little bit, but yeah, about 3 days.
3 days out of a week before, and then we still have to get through the Vice.
Yeah. Well, we'll go fast. So we spend a whole day under the effects of.
Yeah, you do know that lasts for 8 hours, and 8 hours no matter what.
Okay. Yeah.
But should we save that to actually help us get through the vice, or can we not use that going? We can't use that going.
Well, through the it's magic, so go
Right.
in the vice.
Yes,
Right,
please
right.
use it in the vice.
Oh, hush.
So, Axel's like, well, maybe we should like test it, like test something else first because it's not like normal magic, but it might still be effective. We want to. Well, I mean, there's lots of things we need to get to go to the vice anyway. So I need to figure out how that affects it as well, and then, yeah.
Then perhaps let's rest tonight as normal, and then tomorrow we'll spend a full day
Travel.
on the road using the travel rune thing.
Okay.
I'm just a little worried that if we keep using it like this, we might not be able to use it. How risky would it be to use it through the vice would be my question.
No, we don't want to use it in the vice. Do not. We already had a gleefully evil reaction from the DM, so we don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Axel's like, I want to test at least one of the runes, but I'm preferably the one with a nice little close and controllable effect, as opposed to, something that stretches and affects all of us for 8 hours.
And suddenly we're shoved quickly forward into a place we've never been and don't know what's at the other end.
Or in the middle, or find yourself in the middle of the spawning.
Yes.
You wouldn't do that, right?
Yeah.
Nah.
There's also the fact that I mean he has enough for pretty much a day's worth of like full 24 hours worth at the moment. So he if need be, he can break one of those out during the travels. But Axel thinks it might be best to use it now, and.
You mean tomorrow?
Well, now during the trip to Moss Hollow as opposed to in Device.
Okay, so we'll camp tonight and then spend tomorrow using the rune travel.
Okay.
Yeah. There's also
and while we do that, we can study and translate.
Yep. And Axel's actually, as well as Axel's kind of probably. Considering that we have a lot of time on the road, Axel's also going to get the rest of the identifies done on those scrolls.
Okay.
So, but first he's going to work on the translation.
So, camp for the night. We'll just go ahead and uneventful. It is. Oh, go ahead.
I just real quick. I haven't done I haven't tried to do that song today, and so I do want to try to do that at some point here. But we can do that whenever.
Go ahead. Give me that performance check. Let's see if you've got it this time. Ooh.
Yeah, you do.
So, let me see. Stand by. Finally, this reel comes into focus for you, and you realize that the trick is to just throw yourself into it. And this spinning, whirling, incredible music just comes rolling off of your violin. For those of you who are watching as she's doing this sort of around the campfire that night, her hands all but blur. They are moving so fast. And it's almost as though, the best way to describe it's almost as though static and lightning is all but flying off of the strings of her violin as she is doing this. And as you finish, you have now learned Terpsichore's reel.
You spin me right,
baby, right, well.
And
is actually the song.
And it's Terpsichore.
Terpsichore. I will never be able to say that. You sort of brace yourself, kind of knowing that there's something always goes hand in hand with this. And in just a quick blink, you see Axel dancing to this music with a huge smile on his face, with a dark stranger that you do not cannot identify. Literally around the room, across tabletops, over stages, up columns, in this incredible, joyous, spinning dance. That's it. But he's happy. You can tell he is euphoric in this dance that he is performing or doing with this other person, entity.
Because it's the afterlife.
Enough with the cynicalism.
You're terrible.
He's got plenty. He's a cat. He's
We're
got
all
so many
good.
lives. He's fine.
Yeah, I mean, good lord.
It's like twice. I'm pretty sure he's had 2 close brushes with death, so it's fine.
So, the next morning, you guys wake up, get on the road, cast up the dragon rune, yes,
Yep, Dragon Stride, yep. I will take off the gem for that.
and the morning whips by faster than you're even used to. It not necessarily because of the spell, but just being out on the road, all of the different things to see, new things that happen, and up ahead of you, in the road, you see a figure, a strange kind of looking figure.
Oh, this is what he's been looking forward to the whole time, isn't it? Yeah.
You think?
He's gotta get snacks, but
Um, and you maybe think that they're somehow familiar, but you can't quite place where you might have seen them before. Just in your being careful, you guys see a elf that you've seen before, as I would like to welcome to our stream today our guest player, Dragons Are Cats.
hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi guys.
So,
Character.
tell us a little bit about what the party sees.
Okay, so starting off in a sprinting position, you see this pale-skinned humanoid, silver frosted hair. His body is slender but taut. He's wearing these blue and grey robes with a silver embroidery on them. You can see as he's beginning to start in a sprinting position, he jumps out, begins to run before stopping completely and restarts into the same standing position. You can see as you get closer to him, there is blue magic, blue light that swirls around his body, his hands, his face, and a little bit on his chest that you can see around the heavy claw-top mantle that wraps around his chest. His cloak billows out like wings in kind of splits on the back and splits on the sides. After 1 second about just staring out into the road opposite, he disappears and reappears about 20 feet closer to the road. He then looks up, turns his head towards you, and then appears instantly in front of the mule. And he looks you all up and down and says, "Bacon?"
Yes,
See his
please.
And
He
yes,
has it.
you recognize him as the person from the Cloak and Fireball that you all had as chat. I'm just seeing him with this chat goes nuts. From earlier, who had delivered, in fact, sake to the Cloak and Fireball so many weeks ago. Last time you saw him, he seemed very drunk. He doesn't necessarily seem much more sober now, but you're kind of wondering whether it's alcohol or just him. But yeah, for you, as he is this elven even more elven than elven, almost exaggerated elven features. Joining us from Australia at 3 a.m. So thank you.
No, it's wonderful. It's wonderful here.
I was wondering, I couldn't place your accent. And it's like, that's Australian, isn't it?
Yep. So, what do you guys do now that you see this person now having appeared directly in front of your mule?
So I've been in the wagon concentrating on doing translations with Axel, right?
Yep.
All right.
I've been eating bacon just now.
It's like a quite hard, moldy version, like a moldy bacon.
It's been there for a little bit.
Yeah,
So-
I'll actually
Maori.
hop down and quarterstaff out. What do you want?
And Kel's going to jump out a little more aggressively and like, who are you? Because Kel's never met him before.
That's true.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He looks at Kel, looks him up and down, and goes, "You're a thread of nature. Very strange. Possibly an anchor. Oh, one day." You see he begins to take a few steps back and wander in a circle around, and then
And I'm going to parallel him. I'm going to pace him and stay between him and the wagon the entire time, because he still hasn't told me who he is.
he'll hold up a hand and say, "Weave Quake, don't take another step, please. My name is
Excuse-
Ishkrit, and I'm a sweeper. A cleaner."
You, because Axel sort of perched himself on top of the wagon. You worked for what's his name?
Thorben.
We worked for.
Thorben.
You worked for Thorben, because I remember I did a job for Thorben as well, and me and Luck, and Sylvia.
He kind of scratches his head and goes, "Thorban, Thordan, Crawdon?" And then he will just stare at this little cat that's in the trailer.
Yeah, he's sort of on top of it at the moment. He's clambered up to sit on top, so he has a good view.
Yeah, he's about
looking
3 feet
down.
tall right now.
But he is sitting on top of it, so he can look down, I imagine, at least somewhat.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, I mean, you're probably easily eye level, maybe a little bit above him.
Yeah. I don't know how high it is, so.
He puts a bit of a elven gesture up at Krell and says, "Just a second," and begins to walk backwards. Kind of walks around, galloping in a circle, then long steps over towards the wagon and points up at Axel. "You have something on your shoulder. Now it's on your tail. What is that?"
Gonry, it's not familiar. He sort of picks up the little rainbow salamander with wings and sort of flutters and stares at him. It's the elf.
No, it's. I wasn't talking about the little fey beast. I'm talking about the thing, the wart that's on your tail, the little wart on your weave. You have it.
What's a weave?
What? Sort of Axel flicks his tail up and he looks,
Now it's on your
What
back.
do
And he goes and reaches out and picks up Axel and holds him up.
No,
says,
I'm going to block that. I'm not even going to let him get close.
Okay,
Oh,
so
no, he does not do that.
Yeah, do me a do me a athletics check to see if you can block it.
Nope.
And versus a acrobatics to sort of dodge underneath. 21 athletics and Iskrin give me a acrobatics to dodge.
I'm looking for my character.
Oh, give me a second. It should be. Oh, you know what? I don't have you. I don't have you hooked up to it yet. Stand by.
That's okay. I
That
can
would
roll
help,
it.
wouldn't it?
We now have 11 campaign characters. Everybody.
There can always be more.
We should maybe
Hi,
do, like,
guys.
a split, a separate like subcategory for companions.
There you go. You should be able to see it now.
Ah, yes, there he is. Yay. Hey, he's got to roll for some athletics.
Hey.
Nope, wrong one. Whoops.
Ooh, 21 to 21. I will say that he dodges barely underneath of your arm, or unless you see that Kel is concerned and decide not to.
It would actually be a 20 if we go off his first roll and give him his modifier, because that was acrobatics he rolled there.
Oh, no, I wanted him to do athletics.
Yeah,
It was him to
he
dodge.
Oh, it was
Acrobatics, yeah.
acrobatics.
Yeah, it was
Sorry.
acrobatics.
Mm.
So it's your call whether you want to whether you want to realize that Kel is concerned or whether you continue with your action.
No, I let him push me away. I let him push me away, but as I do so, it's like, you're a strong anchor. You're good. Hey,
You still haven't answered the question as to what you're doing here.
Luna at this point, 'cause she's been watching it, not saying much. She will kind of like tap Kel on the shoulder. We have encountered. It's like indicating the rest of the group. We have encountered him before.
Yes, at the tavern. It was
The Bacon Bandit.
Bacon Bandit. Yes,
Oh, I remember that point in time. I was with
you stole my
Hadrian.
bacon.
I know, I'm sorry. I have this for you instead. And he pulls out a gold piece and he says, a cookie. In good faith.
Looks like a golden coin.
It's a cookie. And you see, like, he bites it and then swallows it whole.
It's a very interesting cookie. Exercise.
Very interesting
Very
cookie.
interesting cookie.
Very quietly, the Cal Luna's just gonna go, just like, maybe we should let them be.
Now, he kind of... They're hard cookies. But, what I was doing, I was trying to get into the swamp. You see, there's a nexus. How can I describe it to you, Beans? There's a weave. All of the lines in the world are converging into this power, into one source, and streaming into the swamp. And I'm trying to get into it, but I can't follow the trail. I can't jump to the end because these weave quakes are getting in the way.
Have you tried like walking, and then you don't have to worry about like jumps going?
Yeah, but it's only me. I can already tell there's something bad in that.
Hell
I'm
bad.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait.
You mentioned threads, weaves.
I'm lost.
Addressed us as you beings. We know who you are. What are you?
He's clearly an elf.
Thanks, Luck. As I give him a little.
Elves are my descendants.
Yeah,
I am an Eladrin. I am a sweeper of the Crystal Prince, and he gives you a great majestic bow, and you see his crescent moon longsword underneath his cloak kind of billow out to the side. And he's got this big crystal, this big diamond ring with a diamond ring orb with a sapphire orb in the middle of it. And then he looks back up and says, I was charged here about 93 years ago, and I lost path with my friend, my companion. I haven't seen her since. I'm here to fix the weave quakes, the distortion, you know. When you manipulate the weaves, we use the life, you use the death. He looks to Luna and says, when you use your natural water sometimes, and it becomes twisted and deformed. I'm here to fix that. But I've lost my partner. I have also lost my friends. I do not know where they are. So I'm all alone.
It might have been something to do with you running very quickly.
That's running?
I thought it was running. It over there than was there at high speed.
Yeah.
How were you following us? How were you keeping up with us?
He was.
He was in front of you.
Yeah.
He ran towards us.
Okay.
Yeah, he ran
Yeah,
towards
he was in
you.
front and then turned around and came back. Yeah.
No, I didn't run. That's like I have the innate ability to travel between the weave. But this sphere makes that all but impossible. And the source is really getting on my nerves. So much so, I'm ready to explode. But I don't have my partner. I don't have the power yet. And together, we cannot call for reinforcements. And I'm very disheartened, concerned, and annoyed. So I gotta do it all manually. Play by the strings myself.
Again, very quietly to Kel, Lunos is just, perhaps if we help him, he will leave.
Well, I'm Luke Goldheart from Elevation Pit, and
He will zip up to you, holding your hand as he reforms. He explodes in like blue glittery light and reforms, holding your hand. Goes, very nice to meet you, Ishkret. Good to see you. Hi. This is customary here, no?
handshaking, yes, very customary. Whatever that word means.
Huh. Well, hi. Yes. Good to meet you. Who you're? And then he looks directly at Cilia, and like puts on a deep scowl as he stares at her.
Cilia stares back.
He whispers to Luck and says, "Do you know that she has a weave quake underneath her?
A what?
A weave quake, a distortion, a tangle."
What?
Out of character,
Non-smile.
has Cilia ever mentioned the like dagger disappearing or anything? Like, do we have any idea of that, Cilia, or is that all?
Nope.
No, you'll have no.
Okay, I just
y'all
want to
are
make.
always sleeping when she trains,
Yeah.
so you'll have no idea.
We would make the connection.
A what?
Out of his bag, he'll pull a teacup. He says, "Now look, this teacup. This is you. You're a teacup. You're standing on top of this teacup. He'll
I'm a
throw it
teacup.
away. He'll throw it away and throw it onto the ground.
No!
Shatters.
Well, where's the teacup?
He'll then pull out a glass. This is your
Alright.
friend. She's up
Alright.
here. It's down here.
What's down there?
It.
What's
the-
it?
The weave quake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Think of. You got Earth, you got the light, you got the life, you got the chaos, you got the death, you got all the forces, all seven, weaving in between, underneath her. Let me explain it this way. And he'll,
Can you relate it to mining?
what's mining?
What? I don't think we're gonna get much if I explain so you can explain in the way I. You know what? Just tell him. As he points to Axel.
Axel's been so intent on trying to get what this guy's talking about this whole time. It's like he is leaning in, like, what's going on? What's going on?
I don't. Axel. Understand him. As Luke just sort of slides off to the side.
While
It
this
was
is going on, I'm going to lean over to Luna and whisper back to her. I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about, but he said enough to make me think that this has something to do with one of the visions I've had that we've all been having. And I think we need to do everything possible to help him, because I think this has to do with the vice and Visurges and everything else that's been going on. We need to figure out what he wants us to do and help him.
Then help him we shall. And Luna will turn over. Disregarding any conversation on, just say, we will help you.
We will?
At this point, he's trying to pick up Axel and like lift up his tail and look at the floor underneath him and say, it's right there. The distortion, the wart, it's right there underneath your feet.
Yeah, Axel's like totally buying into this. He's looking around trying to figure out just how does this translate into what Axel understands of magic, and he's sort of so it's under my feet. Is it like under where I stand, or is it like
no, now it's on your shoulder. Get back here, you little rascal.
It does sort of back away a little bit. But what is the wart? And if you want, you maybe you should get on and tell us where to go so we can help you, and then you can explain to us while we're traveling.
Oh yeah, the nexus, the thread. Yes, it's like a riverbed that's gone where water's flowing in, but it's still empty. Yeah, I need to do that. Hey, you guys want a job?
Well,
jump.
Wait, jump?
A job. Oh, if you want to
jump.
jump, just take my hand.
Iska grabs that hand immediately.
Axel like goes to grab Iska, just like grab onto sort of Iska's
And
head,
Leo grabs
shoulder.
Axel.
And
Iska. Ishkrin and Iska teleport directly over to where they first saw Ishkrin doing his sprint runs, and he points directly into the forest and swamp.
You're not. The swamp is just beginning, but the trees have just started to get thicker on your right hand side direction of travel as you found him. But at this point, Tian kicks in and goes, "There's an easier way if we continue down the road, but he is pointing in the general direction we must go."
Just straight down there. He pulls out a heavy leather sack. I've got all these cookies in here, but I know food's not much. Well, food's a necessity, but I can give you the cookies. But if they're not good enough, and he kind of just tosses them on the ground, he says, "You can borrow my ring. It's quite dear to me, but it'll become in handy.
Well,
If it's a sign of my station. If you ever need to rest and to be safe, this will help."
Well, I think maybe because I think I figured out that we like into the swamp is not too far out of our way, and maybe we can decide like if you give us the cookies or the ring after. If it's special to you, I'm not so sure we should take it. I don't know. Talk about the others. But,
he looks back and says,
later.
looks back and says, "Oh, both will suffice if you want. Just when I come asking, would you be able to hand the ring back over? Is all I ask. The ring is yours. It will keep you safe when you need to be." You see this like platinum twisted ring, the diamond orb with a floating sapphire orb in the middle of it.
Axel's like Axel's like fidgeting in the spot. You know, he wants
Axel,
to get
do me a
hold
history check.
He wants to get a hold of whatever this item
Actually, do
is.
me a combined history arcana. The two.
Yep.
It's going to be. This is going to be one of our additive checks.
All right. Was it history and arcana? Oh, that works.
Wham!
That's my first roll. Kind of my first roll of the day. That works. I like that.
So, with a double nat 20, with a double nat 20, Your
you know more than Iskra does.
I know.
You're able. Your
More than you can
recent
explain.
elevation as a lore master has been able to help you make connections in these sparks of intuition, connecting different things together, and where other people don't necessarily put them together. In the stories you enjoyed but suffered through with Harold multiple times, he spoke of his disdain and hate of the hibernation crystals, and how there were small diamond shards that were like coffins that you would have to be, basically just bound inside of, unable to move. But that if you were really rich, the kings would travel in sapphire ones, which were a little bit larger and actually gave you some freedom of movement. You also, because you were curious on a double nat 20, asked him a little bit what he knew of the history. Is that apparently the crystals were very ancient things that people would to get these tiny little slivers of shards to be able to make the most profit from them, that were probably broken apart from an original whole crystal. You don't know for sure, but you suspect that Iskrin's ring could be what was that original source of the hibernation crystals that are used to traverse the vice.
Axel's eyes just go. He's like, well. I think we would like. I would appreciate that, but we're helping you. So after we help you, if he sort of looks to the others, if you're okay with that, that's.
You can hold on to it now. Once I find out what's going on around here. I mean, we fixed this place about 7,000 of your years ago. 92 years 92 years we got the call.
Wait, what?
But you guys can hold on to that for now.
Wait, what?
I can't. Lo and behold, it's no use to me for what I need to do.
I'll keep it safe. Sort of Axel, really reverently takes it and.
Oh wait, no, 98 years. God, no,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. So
that was a few years on the drink. Yeah.
What happened? What happened? Was it 7,000 years ago? What happened then?
Oh, there was 6 of us. 2 died.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 2 died, and we swept the place. We swept the place clean.
What's this? What's this sweeping? Do you get brooms and just go? Shh, shh, shh.
Yeah, if you look up in the sky, you can see the Broom constellation. Well, that's what it translates into your language, partner. Broom.
It's middle of the day.
No, it's.
He still seems to be pointing and looking right at it.
Yeah.
He's got his finger up in the air. He's drawing where it should be, and a direct line. How many stars there are? There's all right. There's 6 going down, 4 going across, and there's also 3 at each corner. Get it? It's right there. You can't miss it. It's on the outer lining.
We can't see the stars in the daytime.
Well, I'll remember it and I'll look at night. But night. Yeah. Well, I think maybe we should get moving because.
Okay.
How do you mortals see anything?
Wait, what? What? Huh?
You natives, how do you see anything? How do you traverse? How do you traverse the weave
with our
without
we walk, we see with our eyes?
We use knowledge.
Huh.
Yeah. Get on. I've got some questions to ask. Some kind of important questions.
So,
is he going to join us on?
Yeah, gonna hop on the wagon.
Ishkan will walk on
Before you start to walk away, you feel a tug at your hand. And it's Iska grabbing your hand again and just like looking at you like wide-eyed again and just saying, yes, Traverse, again?
Oh, can I be joining?
Traverse? So...
Jump.
Yes! We disappear into a cloud of glitter as we...
Only one at a time, so who do you take?
I take Iska. She's holding me currently.
Yeah. Actually, like, slumps a little bit, but...
And appear up on the wagon?
I appear upon the mule, actually, standing.
The mule bucks you off.
Okay.
And he instantly disperses in a cloud of glitter, and he appears probably 20 feet off the road, and looks at Axel, and then points in the middle of the road and says, "Sudden weavequake, don't pass through there." And he walks on over towards Axel, and then explodes into glitter. Goes back to the 20 feet off the road, and explodes into glitter again. Back into the wagon.
What is happening?
It's. Don't you have this here? Natives aren't developed yet.
We have some similar things, but not that useful and not that powerful. And I think like the things that you're meant to be cleaning up are stopping people from doing stuff like that. But talk about them.
I've come to that conclusion as I can't seem to get off this goddamn island. I can get from you to me, from me to there, but I can't get away. I'm infuriated by this, and I want to get it done. That's why I was following the dry riverbed into the life dead water.
Just point in the direction I've got to drive this thing.
Luna's been tending to the mule this whole time, trying desperately to not pay attention to anything that's being said.
It would hurt your brain.
Ignore him, he'll go away.
Just, mule, you're simple.
Iska's gonna lean into Luck and whisper into his ear as he's confused and just say, "This time, Luck, this is like the storybooks, and that's all we need to know."
Which direction?
He says, "Look," and just points directly into the woods. Straight on that way.
Tian kicks in again because Axel's mind is wide open at this point.
Hey, crazy.
You can go that way, but I would suggest about another day down the road, and it'll be a much easier path.
Actually, maybe let's not go straight that way. Tian says he doesn't actually point at Tian. He just says Tian says if we go like another day down the road, and of course we're traveling faster, then we can sort of take a better route through the swamp.
Iskrin, actually, you didn't hear the voice, but from the strange sort of 4-foot-tall bonsai tree that's in the back, which has a deep fire well underneath of it, you do see vibrations as though there is something translating itself through the weave on the fire realm, on the fire weave, out of this bronze little bonsai. Yeah, well, I say little, 4-foot-tall bonsai tree that is in the wagon.
It's taller than Axel right now.
Right now, Tian is taller than Axel.
Your plan is incredible. The concentration of fire within it is. It's compared to the strongest primordial dragons I've seen. I enjoy it. It's good to see. It's good to see something as connected to the weave as I am around here. It's good.
Yeah.
Good. And he goes and pats it.
Yeah. Tian kind of rustles, like kind of bristles up a little bit as you do that, but it's Tian. He's had worse happen.
Axel's not doesn't. Axel sort of has an open mind, so Tian probably has picked up most of what's going on at this point. So, but Axel doesn't think he needs to tell Tian that this guy's really weird, but he doesn't look like he's going to necessarily be a danger to Plant herself.
I'll just keep going down the road then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh yes, certainly. Well, if you don't want to if you don't go that way, I'm sure we can pick it up later. But cookies for everyone. And he just undoes the little bit of string, pulls out the sack, and just like piles of gold coins just scatter onto the back of the wagon.
I'll have them later.
How many cookies are there?
I think this one time someone said about 400 cookies. No, wait.
One.
Minus one because, the one in my stomach, yeah. They're delicious. Bit hard. Like rock candy.
Sounds like a dwarven thing,
I
right?
think we should save these for later. You guys agree?
Yeah.
So 400 cookies on the in the wagon. Interesting. So after about 5 minutes of moving forward, the dragon stride kicks in, and Iskrin, something you've never seen before, which is saying something. The weave starts to bend and warp up and wrap completely around the wagon and starts moving through the weave, jumping almost similar to the way you jump, but is encompassing this entire wagon and pushing it forward through the weave faster than would normally be possible. You've never seen or been inside a bubble in the weave before.
If Axel is watching him intently through all his reaction to this.
He stands directly up while in the wagon and goes, "What are you doing? How? Why are you doing this to the weave? Why are you doing this?" He looks directly at the cat and goes, "The thing's on your shoulder again. Why is it here? What is it? It's gone from you. God damn it."
Luna's just got a bubble of water just surrounding her head. Like, nope. Somebody tap me when we're dying.
Too much insanity.
Had enough.
Look, he's just driving the horse. Mule, just keep going forward. Don't question this.
He points over to Celia and goes, "You, Weave Quaker. What is this? What are you doing? What's happening here? Who is doing?
Wait.
Who's mixing the weave?"
So what does the weave look like to you? Can maybe you draw it on like a 2D paper on this? I don't know.
How to explain? Alright.
And things that you've seen like with like mortal eyes here maybe.
So you see the blue light that swirls around his skin, around his hand, kind of all congeals into his fingertip as he begins to kind of burn a little etch into the edge of the wagon. And he lays out what looks to be like lines just going across, down, and goes, "Okay. 1, this is life. This is where we all are." And
Axel would probably have grabbed both Iska and Kel. How did I forget that? Grab Iska and Kel to sort of get them to look at what he's doing, because
It's only got 3 letters.
I know. I don't know how. I forget all the names. Goodness.
1 syllable.
Shush. Yeah, so he gets them particularly because he thinks, this is probably relevant to them as well, and he's like peering over the. Actually, he's pretty small, so he's probably.
And yes, Kel is very interested and is going to be watching and listening intently, so he can try and understand what the hell this guy's talking about.
Wherever I look, wherever I see, I always see kind of like that, as he points down to the ground. No matter where I go as I look down.
Well, that must be distracting.
No, it's not. It's incredibly informative. Because I see you right now, and below you, it dips and narrows into oblivion. You're nearly an anchor. I can just barely see the faintest edge of the end. Whereas the wart hanging around on the back of the cat. I mean, it's no true cat, but still, it's a cat nevertheless. Like, I have a cat. Where did I leave him?
I mean, if it's 98 years, it's probably dead, so... I'm a tabaxi if you want to get it right, but it's fine. You can call me a cat.
So what is the significance of an anchor? What does that mean? You know, you're not explaining. You're assuming that we know what you're talking about, but we really don't.
Well, for instance, if you take a cup and you fill it up, and you keep on filling it up, then you make the cup taller, and you keep on filling the cup up. That's you. Or if you take something heavy and throw it and it weighs everyone down. That's what I learned at a shipping yard once when I tried to explain to someone else, but he said it was something that weighs someone else down. I got a punch in the face for that. It wasn't nice. Make sense? And there are 7 of these.
Not what that means in the context of what you're talking about, the weave. What does that mean? I mean, I know what an anchor is in the abstract sense, but...
Right. Well, to put it bluntly, in your language, in your ideology, it's called magic. You don't see what I see. I see actual magic, what you call magic. I see the weave, the threads and power of reality, how they move, how they dance. And here, they're tangled, screwed up, and messed about. That's my job to fix that.
And that was 98 years ago. Which is when the Netherwings first arrived. And does the weave, like, do things like... Because if your job is... Do you come along and sweep up the bad things that arrive when this, like, happens? When...
At the mention of Neverwings, you see, like, kind of stands up, draws, like, his sword appears in his hands, and he begins to look around in the sky, and he says, Where are Neverwings?
No, well, I mean... I've never seen it, and I don't think anyone can see them. But you know, they've been around 98 years. So and you were here 98 years.
I say to Axel, maybe he can see them.
Yeah.
No, they haven't been around for 98 years. They've been around for eternity.
Well, I mean, here in our world.
No.
Well, they started affecting people 98 years ago.
No, that was 7,000 years ago. You need to get your facts right.
Well, none of us have like any records of 7,000 years. So only 98 years ago, we had like the definitive, evidence that this is possibly when they started acting.
But how do you beings function then? If you're not how do you? Regardless,
we have our ways.
One soon, if we get to the end of the thread, the mixed up thread, I will show you. I will show you completely how I see. If we get there, and in good faith, I give you the ring.
Yeah, Axel's
want the ring?
Got it. Yeah, I think you already gave it to Axel.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So, Axel has put it like carefully into, in fact, his scroll case. You know, his most precious stuff.
Yes, put all the most precious items in one spot.
Yeah, he's never going to get rid of that. It's never going to get damaged.
Yes.
That DM look.
I mean, yeah, there's lots of precious things. Anyway.
But the weave, everyone has one. Everywhere has one. It is everywhere. It's going through everyone. I can see it. it dips and weaves and jumps around. It goes about, and you know what? It's all congealed in under that one there. Weave Quaker, as he points to Celia again, and says, "How is it following you?"
So you're saying a lot, but
there's a cup of water underneath her. Imagine a cup of water. There.
In our terms, essentially, there is some weird magical resonance continuously following Celia around.
Shoots you like a weird eye and goes, "Explain." Let me know.
If these weaves run through each of us, and you describe them in our words as a magic, a thread, some sort of power energy, and this is following her around, there's some disturbance, some thing within or following Celia.
I think we already knew that. Just saying.
She's
yeah.
Weave Quaker.
And what does that mean?
Careful.
What's that mean for like you say the weave's messed up, but how does that like affect?
It's like someone's taken all the weave, put it all together, and is shaking it up. Think about that. Think about that in your terms.
So you're making scrambled egg?
So life and death and force and all the forces you mentioned they're all mixed up, so they're not where they should be. So life could be death.
Yes, that is it. Exactly. Yes.
Like Axel just realized
someone who talks some sense.
Just that statement that Axel talking sense. I love.
Perfect.
Cal turns to Luck and says, "You know, I think you put your finger on it right there."
Yeah. Okay. But would this mean like eventually like would this have like long-term effects on Celia, or like do you know what effects the weave quake like has? Because I mean I haven't noticed anything different with Celia than other people, other than she's like really pretty and really smart and scary and dangerous, and she's a good mother.
Like crazy cat lady.
So you're calling her old?
Crazy cat lady.
Yeah, but it's like she seems like I mean she's Celia, but she's also normal.
Where did a mother come into this though?
Well, you weren't there. But she pretended to be like my mother to scare off some people who were causing problems.
Don't ask any questions.
I'm listening.
He didn't get killed.
Yeah, so Axel came to Ishgrin to hopefully get an answer about. Yeah.
He leans in and says, "When the weave is disrupted and quakes, it goes, and then
boom.
That's her. That is her weave. That is."
So she's a mind explosion?
What's an explosion?
It's when something goes boom.
Axel just turns around and out the back of the car, just clicks his fingers and there's a little crack and a little bang as when he casts firecrackers. That's an explosion.
As he looks in more,
that's an explosion.
You see his eyes like glow a little bit lighter blue and goes, "You can magnificently play with the weave of fire quite well. Good work, sir. Good work."
I mean, you're asking like how do we manage it? But it's like that's how we do it. We have magic and we learn through knowledge. We can't see it, but we can learn by studying the effects.
Huh.
I'd like to go back to Celia.
The explosion. Yeah, the explosion.
I'd like to return to Celia going boom.
All right. Would you like to try? Actually, no. This would be perfect. Let's try an experiment. Halt! As he teleports in glitters and appears about a little bit away from the cart, and he points to the ground about 5 feet away from him and says, "Stand there."
Stand here.
Yeah.
As he sort of stops the horse and then gets.
Just so I'm clear, we're interrupting the dragon stride to do this.
Yep. If you came to a stop, the dragon.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea.
I mean, it's still, you can pick it back up. It's just, yes, the 8-hour clock still ticks, but you're just not making the time. It doesn't.
Okay.
No. It's, you can pick back up into it, just like before. You were in the dragon stride and stopped when you got to him.
And then,
for 8 hours,
Okay,
you can
that's
come
fair,
in and
that's
out of the dragon stride. It just takes about 5
That's
minutes to get back into it.
so he stops the mule with sort of, puts the reins to one side and stands there. Here, lovely here.
Right. Now, use magic. Manipulate the weave. Do it.
I can do this as he activates his crimson light as sort of he cuts his hand a little and electricity runs through his dick.
Iskrin. Ooh, okay.
No,
let me tell you what you see.
You never thought about this one, did you?
I did. Well, I wasn't expecting it to happen. You first see sort of a static start to form around him, which is not like normal. So the weave that you normally see, whereas when a spell is cast or a magical item is placed on it, basically just becomes sort of a dip within the weave. You see a swirling static happen, and then literally the weave around him disappears. It is like a black hole that appears underneath of Luck.
He walks straight
which
up
is
to Luck and
unexpected.
looks
That
down
is
at the
not
ground.
what you were expecting to see after seeing the way Axel's fire affected it. It is bottomless.
I'm gonna have to do something about that. That's gonna need to go under the rug. Right. He turns back to the cart and says, "Ring bearer, Rainbow Sprite. I need you. You did well.
Yeah.
You fire.
Yeah.
Your turn."
What? Okay. You know,
I'm so confused.
You
What are
can
you
see-
doing?
you can see Axel's.
What
like,
are we
practically-
doing? What are you doing? Why?
Yeah, sorry.
You're telling us to do things with no explanation.
I'm trying to show you, but that's okay.
Luna
What
will
are you
actually
trying
poke
to?
her.
What are you trying to show us?
A weave quake.
And he's trying to explain a weavequake in the way that he can translate it to us. It's like he's speaking another language, and we have to translate. And the way to do that is by example. And Axel sort of hurries over to get in position. He's obviously he's going a bit faster than he would normally, but yeah.
Okay,
But yeah, Luna will poke her head out of the bubble, filling the motion of the cart, stop, just like, look at Kel. Why have we stopped?
I don't entirely know. Apparently, they're trying to make a weave quake happen because Cilia something. I don't know.
Apparently, I'm gonna blow up.
Now stand in the exact same spot Mr. Luck was.
Yeah. Just moves over to stand there.
Shuffles to the side.
Yep.
You currently stand in a weave quake. This is where the weave meets, twists, not entirely breaks, but frays. Manipulate it.
Do an intelligence saving throw, Axel.
Yeah, Axel's like, wait a minute. Wait a freaking minute. Oh dear.
Stand right there. This will only hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to use a bardic inspiration on that.
Okay.
I think it's D12, yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a 3, it's only a 14.
A 14 will do it. You are just about ready to cast a spell. So curious to see what he's talking about. And with horror, you realize what he's just asked you to potentially do.
Yeah.
Intentionally create a vice surge.
Well, I think he sort of stops. Well, I think I know what a Weavequake does. He sort of looks at the others. It's do you remember? It's a surge from the Vice. Vice surge.
One of those. Is that the thing that turns you tiny?
Yeah, because he sort of turns to Iskra and he's like, when we cast spells, it does like certain things. So like he's, make sure he moves away quite a bit from the spot where he was at and sort of cast a spell. Usually it should do that, but if I was standing there, it would do something else, and it would be like completely different and twisted. And as you said, and of course, bad things have happened to us already because of that. And
it's very temperamental, yes.
So yeah, I'm not going to do that.
So I'm going to turn to Iskren and say, don't ask us to do that again. That's incredibly dangerous, and maybe you can deal with it, but we certainly can't.
Oh, I certainly can't deal with it. No, not yet.
Then what were you thinking?
I don't think he really.
He would have been. I was trying to show you why Weavequaker is a Weavequaker.
Okay.
We understand the words you're using to mean the same thing as different words that we use to mean the same thing. Great. Don't ask us to do that again.
Okay, now that you know.
I would still like to know why the heck this Weavequake is following me around. Thank you.
So would I. This is not normal.
Celia is going to take her shuriken, and I'm going to try to do the shadow ambush and throw it at a tree.
Oh, so you're going to use your shadow ambush?
Yes, and I'm going to see what happens.
Okay.
So I'll go, Celia's a ninja!
Yeah.
What's your dislike against trees?
And since you use your shadow ambush, which it disappears about halfway the way there, and then hits into the side of the tree at a 90-degree angle. Iskren, what you see is the Weavequake, this sort of weird, almost static-like obscuration of the weave. As she throws the shuriken, it slides out from underneath of her, right in front of the path of the shuriken. The shuriken disappears into it. It reappears over next to the tree at the right angle, comes out of it, and then slides back down underneath of her feet.
Nice.
Ah.
Axel's like, oh, you can do that?
Oh, that's right. That's the first time anyone's ever seen you do it.
Yeah, Kel's kind of like dumbfounded a little too.
That's a killer shuriken.
Wow, it even follows what's weaved to you. That's incredible.
That's not how things fly.
That's not how weave works either, but you saw it happen, folks. I am genuinely impressed and scared at the same time.
I guess that's why Axel said I was scary.
I haven't felt like this since I lost my partner. Huh.
Could you maybe talk to Tian and see what Tian might know about all of this?
I pick up my shuriken and put it back in my necklace.
You get back from Tian.
Regardless, we've wasted enough time.
Yeah,
let's keep going.
Okay.
What's under the bags.
So back into the Dragon Stride, you all travel for the rest of the afternoon.
While that is happening,
yes,
in the interest of saving time, can I just say, like a exposition dump, and kind of bring him up to speed on our perspective of what's going on?
Yeah. So,
we've been keeping it within our group, but I think he is part of what's going on and needs to know everything that we know.
Yeah,
And so I'm
so-
just going to go, "Bleh."
Luckily, Dragons Are Cats watches the stream, so it has incomplete information on some of it. So we'll just say whatever he's missing is what would be missing in that exposition.
Real quick, I love the idea it's Kel and Iskrin having this conversation because it's just going to be the most frustrating thing.
The thing
yeah.
is, like, Axel would have so gone in and actually just would have been part of it as well.
Oh yeah, no, I mean between all of you, I mean traveling the back of the wagon, except for Luna, who I assume still has her head in a bubble.
She pretty much put back over the course of conversation, just slowly back in, like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Well, I'm presuming
There.
that, Iska and Axel, and
Helping
good
out.
Lord, Iska and Axel and Iskrin, really?
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
His name
can't
was
wait till
there
Lixa-
first. His
is
name
Lixa
was there
coming back?
first. He was my
Just
first player.
saying. We just need Lixa to complete the group
I know,
and we'll be
right?
good. But I'm presuming, they will chime in on the parts that Kel doesn't know or wasn't part of. Kel is also going to share his one vision of seeing that, void and all of the lines of force being drawn towards it, because I think that's related.
Yep. No, absolutely. And when you hear about him talking about these lines that he saw and manipulated, and it starts to make
And
sense.
I will also mention, even though it's been a long time and I don't trust it, I will mention the lines of force that distracted him, basically the ley line stuff that into the temple and all of that, but that he's been trying to avoid because he doesn't trust him.
Yeah, no, so for Iskrin, that certainly begins to resonate. The idea of, Iskrin's view is sort of this two-dimensional planar view of magic, but that Kel, out of the corner of his eye, sometimes sees this one-dimensional, these sort of strings that seem to flow around, that he's encountered in multiple places around the world. Quick question, just because of your new thing. Are you guys... Actually, I'm going to go ahead and make the call. I'm going to say with your new compartment, all the questions and relaying, that you all are too distracted to work on any translation of the tome.
I'm not going to be worrying about any translations. This is more important.
Yeah, Axel is noting everything down this with a fervor.
Yep. So as you get to, through the day, you see the trees on the right-hand side of travel get thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker as the Glenn's Pale Fen seems to just sort of be becoming encroaching more and more on the land to your east. I'm sorry?
It's on the east?
So you are headed, to the west of you. Yes, to the west of you. You are heading, yeah.
It's like, wait, east is vice direction.
Yes, you were heading, so again, your right-hand side of travel. Again, you could make it to another camping spot for the evening. Tien tells you about a half-day travel tomorrow, certainly with this Dragon Stride. In fact, actually, it's probably only a couple hours through the morning. You will be able to make it to where you need to turn off in order to head towards Moss Hollow. Anything specific you all would like to do with your evening other than more discussion with Iskrin?
I think he's got a question to ask.
Okay.
So he's like, Iskrin, was it?
Yeah.
Right?
And he's frozen.
So you can see this.
I'm sorry, say again. The cold.
Am I gone?
Yep.
Am I gone?
You
Now you're
froze
back.
for a minute, you're back.
Did the weave screw me over?
It does.
Yeah.
Wave quick.
So, yeah, weave quake. So you can see everyone's weave, right?
Yes.
What does everyone's weave look like? Like, is it different for everyone, or?
Well,
Yes, when you first showed up, you took a look at me and I seemed unusual to you, or at least the way you commented made it seem I seemed unusual to you.
Yes, what did you call him again?
An anchor.
I got him an anchor. He's close to an anchor. He
Well,
could be.
not just that, but something to do with nature, and that surprised you.
It's incredible just how deep your well of nature goes in the weave. It's wondrous upon the gods of creation. Even it's close. You could be strange. You could be. Oh man, if the Frost Prince knew about you.
Who?
The Frost Prince, my boss.
Your boss?
Don't worry about it. Like I was saying, within you, Mr. Luck, life and death fluctuates. Both coming in, one fills up, the other boots the other one out, and vice versa. But you've also got quite a little bit of a well of the entries of nature coming in and underneath you, and loitering, staying there. He then looks to Luna and says, "Now, the elemental exclusively from the water source. So, other than the life emanating from her neck and something emitting death on her, I can't pinpoint what that is. Whereas this one, pointing to Cilia, she's got the static, the jumble of the weave around her. It's all just it's not going into her. It's all just static, just psh, psh, underneath. Whereas Iska, you're got a few dips. I can see that rope on your side. That gives off a weave of fire. That's it. You're meh.
Maybe you should play a song, but I don't think you should do that. It probably scare him. Axel sort of sidles up to Iska to say this.
So I don't know how tuned into the conversation Celia is, but Luna would ask if Celia would be willing to do some more longsword training before we all go to bed.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll say in order for you to still get a full rest, because being in the wagon was not very taxing, you probably can get, we'll say you can get another 3 hours of training in tonight with your longsword.
Getting there.
Slowly.
Slowly.
Axel has a thing.
Yeah, maybe I entirely missed it, but did Iskrin say anything about Axel?
He hasn't yet.
Yeah, so Axel's like, wait, you saw all the others weave, but what about mine? I mean, what's the wart?
I don't know. It's
okay.
It's like they all come together and shine in a coalescent. I think the word's rainbow. Yeah, rainbow. And it's back again! And he tries to chase around and after you, lifts up your tail, looks behind your ear, and plucks it back down and says, "It's annoying me how quickly this thing comes and goes. It's like a little sprite that it just." But your own weave, it gives off a little depression of life, and that's it.
Okay. All right.
Though when you used your magic before, it changed a little bit. It changed from life to fire. Quite a decent, easy method. You did well.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's quite proud of that. But yeah. So, and then he gets out his book, and so what are all the weaves? And he's basically going to be asking just question after question and writing it all down. But what I want to know as a player is, what are the weaves in terms of each line? Is there a set number of things, or do they all exist? But what are the main threads of the weave? That was it in terms of horses.
Well, there's about 7. Chaos isn't really around much anymore, though there is traces. But there's traces of chaos, but there's not really chaos anymore. But usually what you have is fire, water, death, life, nature, air, and earth. These primal weaves primal magics and come together, mix around, and create a sphere. The Frost Prince maintains these crystals, and we look after him in his stead. When there's something wrong, we go in. When there's something bad happening, we scout it out. I mean, last time we went here, the Neverwings, man. Neverwing killed 2 of us.
Oh, those guys up there.
Yeah. We just managed to go boom and clear the place out. Yeah, we went boom. We cleared it.
Like, you blew it up?
Yeah. What else were we gonna do? There was a risk of Neverwings getting out into the Fogdamar. If they got out of there, then the divine beings beyond in charge of the Frost Prince would be threatened. Never really more has a powerful mortal species become in touch with the gods so easily. It was close, I'll give him that. It's a good fight.
So, and would that happen? Like, did they all blow? Did like everything else blow up?
Yeah, the dirt ball, the other dirt ball that was floating around it, the inner lining gems, the remaining souls, the remaining weaves inside the sphere. Yeah, poof, gone. Restart. Try again.
That sleeping sounds good.
Well, but is it possible to stop the wings without blowing everything up? Because I don't think like anyone on the world wants to blow up.
If it comes down to it, I mean, 98 years ago, there was a breach. 72 years ago, I arrived.
Mm-hmm.
What we figured out, just a speck remained. So here I am again. The weave is distorted, the speck remains, and we gotta start all over again. I've lost my partner, my ring is worthless. I gotta do this by myself.
That's why you asked us.
Wait a minute. Start all over again, as in like the other one, start all over again, poof, everything goes and restart?
Yeah.
And that's what you're trying to do here?
Well, I'm trying to get rid of the problem first, but if that doesn't work, yeah, just gotta, you see like the blue light, like, all gather into his hand and it kind of glows. So yeah, just need to recharge, and if I don't succeed, don't find my partner, restart, do it again, and then the light disappears.
Okay, so we're gonna help you try and accomplish your goal without having to do the restart thing, because the restart thing would be bad for all of us, and it may not affect
bad for the
you.
Frost Prince as well.
But yeah, not a good thing.
Let's decide on helping him. We'll go to sleep, wake up, do this thing. Sounds very important now.
Now, you said you arrived 70 years ago, and you arrived with your companion. Did you ever see your companion like after you arrived, or was it like when you arrived they disappeared?
No, we kind of got separated. We were
okay.
We were traveling the rift of the weave in towards the source. And then we were traveling together. And I ended up in the dirt. And I had the ring. And she was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
How we got separated from the ring, I have no idea.
And what's her name, or what? Yeah, your partner's name.
Carol Idron. She sometimes takes the form of, what's the word in your language? Silver. Takes the form of silver. You know, it's got big wings, teeth.
Silver Dragon?
No, not a Neverwing. No.
Oh, there are other. Yeah, worm. Yeah. It's another kind. Yeah, it's another phrase for dragons. But yeah, 70 years ago when you arrived, there was the big event here that was the Vice. You know, the big explosion that created the Vice, which is like this sort of basic. From what I think you're saying, is the place where all like everything's like the weave is really, really messed up there. I think it's like where all the. Yeah.
What you call weave quakes, anybody who tries to use magic or use the weave anywhere in or around the Vice almost automatically causes a weave quake to happen.
Yeah, there was a reason why I didn't walk in there.
So
I went to walk in there a while ago when I first got here, but no, didn't understand what it was at the time. Bad idea, bad time. I ended up on the other side. Bad.
A player question: did Cal hear his assessment of Iska and her weave?
I'd say you probably were all sitting around either in the wagon or around the campfire. So I'd say yes.
Okay. I kind of want to rewind just a touch to that because Kel would have said to Iska, play something for him.
Yeah, Axe.
That'd be you. This wolf bird was here.
Yeah, Bird's not here, but Axe did actually exactly the same thing as well. So.
Yeah. We'll see when he gets back.
Yes, as soon as he's back, because that would have happened.
But yeah, it's interesting.
So I just want to clarify one thing that I had sent, and Dragon Cats got misunderstood what I said. This world survived after the last reset. The main world within this sphere was reset. This was just a speck, and this world is basically a remnant. Because when the reset isn't complete, but what the world that you are on is survived after the reset 7,000 years ago. So it was inconsequential. It was a speck, far from the center of the action, so to speak. And the sweepers are pretty thorough, but everyone misses a piece of dust every once in a while.
Well, we tried, but being two sweepers down, we couldn't get all of it.
Right.
So I'm surprised this one stick around.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed, really. Did such a good job. We got the party in the Feywilds for that.
What do you get paid for? Wait.
Paid? What's paid?
Paid is when somebody gives you something of value for rendering them a service.
Huh. But that's strange. It sounds like my existence. But I don't get paid. We were created for this.
Oh, well then that's different, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, when the gods make a mess, someone's got to clean it up, right?
Apparently so.
Yeah.
So gods make cleaners.
No, gods don't. Frost Prince does. Someone's got to make sure everything's working
Wait.
in order.
So who's the Frost Prince?
Imagine the most... Well, how can I describe it? He is the most elegant craftsman in the entire of existence. Is the crystals he creates for the gods to put their planes and realms are perfect because of him. If it was up to the gods, they'd just be fighting over who'd have the best one. Because there's a middleman, he gets to decide on how big, how small, and the sort.
You know what? Things were easier when I lived in a mountain town. I'm going to bed.
Okay. So
We kind of
As he walks off to his sleeping bag.
Bird, backing up a little bit, when he was assessing your weave and just kind of declared you meh, I think both Axel and I would have leaned over to you and said, play something for him.
Oh yeah, like she would have, but she definitely needed some time to like reel from that. But
I'm so sorry.
It's all good, man.
no, it's perfect.
Yeah, I'm definitely not like having a personal grudge against you for the rest of my life. But anyways, after Iska kind of gets together a little bit, I think she'll very softly at first start playing, and say louder and louder, play a chord of fates. She will play Gandry's Armored Heart, targeted at Iskren.
As soon as it gets louder and
Wait
louder.
a second.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Here's the thing. You called me meh. So I am coming out with the biggest possible cannons that I have.
big things are happening.
Big things are going to happen.
Tell you what, because you go ahead, and if I have to chime in, I will. I'll chime in if I have to. So, this spell is a protection spell that basically makes you impervious to all damage. So it would be, certain. Yeah. Tell me about what you see, dragons.
As I see her begin to play, my eyes glow and just widen from their sockets and just lean in. As to me, I see these strings of creation becoming into actual different strands of the weave coming out from her instrument. I lean forward and as I see that weave, that magic flow into me and wrap around my being and distort my own weave at that point. I reach forward towards her and touch her and teleport her as far into the sky as possible. At which point we are both
Well, which is
falling.
only 30 feet, but
then pew, 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 like jump up, like 30 feet, 60 feet, 120. And I do that.
Like fall like a bit, and then we.
okay. Iska, you are teleported up into the air. 30, 60, 90, 120. Again, up. And then you stop and start to freefall. Do you say anything, Iskren, to her?
Through the wind, as we begin to fall, I say, "How in the world are you doing that? Stop messing with the strings of creation. You mess with forces you do not know. Do not stop it."
I was
Stop it.
tasked to do this. I was called by name to do this. And I'm just trying to contain, or just remain as like much composure as I can, free falling through the air right now.
Yep.
This is insane. Only the most lawful gods can have this. Only they can touch on the fate. Only they can touch the divine energy of the lining crystals of. Oh God! How? How do you have this? And before we get 30 feet off the ground, I teleported back, standing flat down, standing on the ground, unharmed.
I'm still, Iska's gonna thwump on the ground still. You know, not like from that height, but she's definitely gonna
Yeah,
topple
just kind of
over.
sort of, you sort of just plop down onto, your butt.
And we saw him do this and
Yes.
saw them go up.
Yeah. Well, actually, you just saw probably a trail of glitter. It was so fast. You just sort of saw, probably what you saw was almost, and especially in the night, in the light of the campfire, it almost looked like he teleported away and was gone for a little bit and then reappeared in the blue glitter. You did not, because the blue glitter, as they got up out, 30 feet high, and then immediately after, it probably just looks like a disappearing of blue glitter, and then like 1, 2, 3, and then you see them reappear in blue glitter again, and Iska sort of sit down.
He kind of like grabs his hair, messes it up, and says, "You know what? It's fine.
What?
I apologize for calling you Matt. Be careful with that. I didn't see anything." And he begins to walk away, back to the wagon.
Can we go?
Luna's
sleep
gonna briefly
now?
stop. Lucy's gonna briefly stop you. Hand on his shoulder. If you touch her without permission again, I will end you.
And did I hear that?
Don't know. Luna, did you hear? Did you say it loud enough for Kel to hear?
Nope. That was quietly to Eskrin.
Understood. She's no meh. She's where. She's like, wow. Ooh.
Descriptive words.
Is that you guys use where and woo here?
Well, since Kel didn't hear that, she's
Sure,
going to
right.
follow Iskrin to the wagon, and Kel will stop him on his own and pretty much do the same thing. Say, do not do that to her again, or I will do everything in my power to see you stopped.
I promise, I won't. It won't happen again. I know she's not meh. I mean, she's in
And
running.
frankly, that goes for any of us. You may be used to taking liberties with other people and doing things to them at your whim, but you need to know that that is not appropriate for any of us and not welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps freezing up. I keep trying to get it reset.
Okay.
We want to help you accomplish whatever it is you're trying to accomplish,
It kind of acts like a little like.
but you can't treat us like toys or children, despite what you may think of us.
He kind of like he's like that little kid that's gotten in trouble. He just like looks down on the ground and goes, "Okay." Or,
Okay, and I turn and walk away.
I'm sorry.
Okay. We'll say the rest of the night goes uneventfully, unless there's anything else that people want
Finally.
to do.
Finally.
Do I have time to identify before the night ends?
I think I've been turning into a wolf too much.
Yeah. Do I have a time to just 40 minutes for identifying spells?
Yeah, sure. What you're doing? Which ones are you doing?
I've got 4 unidentified scrolls here, and possibly the ring as well. The ring. So that's 50 minutes.
We'll say that the ring you are unable to it's not really an identifiable thing. I mean, you can guess what it is, but it is not a magic that you cast Identify on it, nothing comes up. As far as the scrolls go, let's go ahead and get that up, and I will let you know what they are. And please mark off your tiger's eyes.
Yep, just done that.
Actually, I've only got that. You've got 3 left. Because you already got one. You got Sleet Storm and Phantasmal Force, correct?
No. That's weird. I'm pretty... Actually, yeah, because I did... Why did I not put that in?
So, yeah, you've got Phantasmal Force. Yeah, you did Sleet Storm last time.
Yeah.
And then the other ones you got were Major Image, Water Walk, and Find Steed.
Yeah, okay, those are the 3. Okay, yeah. Don't know why I didn't update this.
Yep.
That means I should even have a list of these as well. Yeah. So, Sleet Storm, Phantasmal Force,
Yep.
Major Image, Water Walk, and Find Steed.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's do a quick break, because I need to take a quick break if anyone else needs to as well. We'll do Pun of the Week. And Silly, if you want to do our pitch for Project Semicolon.
Yeah. Sorry, I just went out of it for a second. Yes, okay, so Project Semicolon is a charity that is it's for preventing suicide through community and equipping people with the right resources. Yeah. Down by under the
Video.
They do. There's also the numbers for the suicide hotline and the crisis text line. If you need them, please do not be afraid to call or text. They're both lines that I have used personally, and I would happily vouch for them.
Quick question about the Project Semicolon and the contact details. Are they American or global?
It says all around the world, so global.
Okay. No, cool.
And yeah, jumping on top of that, there should be zero shame in reaching out for help or admitting you need help. Like, be the first to say, like, I've done it too. So please, by all means, if you're struggling, you don't need to do it alone.
Yeah. First steps to recovery is accepting that you need help.
And with that,
Speaking
of needing help.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I know your jealousy speaks for you. It's okay.
I'm gonna
forgive
go
you.
these rolls in the microwave.
We have this one.
No one appreciates my art.
We have this wonderful guest here.
I
This is how you
appreciate your
start them
art,
off.
and you know it.
Yeah, I know you do. But it's funnier to say no one. It's not funny to say just like almost no one except for Kel and some of the people in chat. That doesn't roll off the tongue. Anyway, but this week's Pun of the Week. What's the first thing a Canadian doctor does during an annual checkup?
What?
He body checks you. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
The hockey puns are strong.
Not bad.
It's Canada Day. What did you expect?
That's true.
But
Canada.
there is also a pun from the Grand Master.
Uh-oh.
Oh, father.
What do you call a Patchworth beer container?
What?
A Frankenstein.
Nice.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
All right. That one.
That
I
one's
actually
good.
like
That
that
one's
one.
good. I like that one.
And relevant, because like Harold had a
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that would be perfect.
Sorry, when you guys were talking about food, the only thing that was going through my head that video was I put the beer in that cup, but that's boring. That's food. That's more like it.
I saw you singing that.
It was the only
That was
thing
wonderful.
Okay, so we will let's get back on track here.
So that's back.
No, I don't know if it's recoverable, but we'll try. Evening passes. Again, we a guarded area along the road here, and morning comes up. You have your new companion with you, who does actually he. Interestingly, you do as a Eldrin only needs 4 hours of sleep as well. So does his trance for 4 hours and then wanders around camp or whatever you might do, examining the weave or whatever. However you spend the rest of your evening, we won't get too deep into it unless you've got something character specific you want to say that he does.
Kind of dances in and around the camp. It looks like he's dancing, but if you follow his movements, it looks like a crazy pattern of walking. Long side steps, small strides, one leap here or there, a side step.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he through for 4 hours through the night, if anyone wakes up, you just sort of see slowly circling the camp in this weird patterned movement. Your interesting new companion is
Look, accidentally wakes up during the night for like a solid minute, just looks to his side, just goes back to sleep.
The next morning dawns. Only thing really of note, you guys realize that Luck, even the last little bumps of the horns are gone, and his skin color has returned to normal. His eyes are back sort of to their normal, always amber color, but didn't have that strange glow to them. You all are still getting used to kind of his new size, but as far as lasting effects, other than him sort of being taller and sort of stronger looking, it seems to be he's in good spirits. Grain is bouncing around all morning. We have Gonra. Is that how you say it? Gonra. Axel's sprite, not sprite. His salamander, rainbow salamander. Seems to he and Luck have sort of discovered each other, and not Luck. Grain seem to have discovered each other, and very much are getting along, kind of mutually fascinated by one another. Unless there's anything specific you want to do, we'll say you guys get back on the road knowing you've only got a couple of hours until reaching the swamp. Going into what would probably be difficult terrain, it's your call whether you would want to risk Dragon Stride across that terrain or go ahead and save it for another time. That's certainly it's usable. It's not like trying to use one in the Vice, but on difficult terrain, it certainly will make it even more difficult. Whoops, someone's mic is it certainly would make it more difficult to navigate, so to speak, or to try to catch issues in the terrain. It's basically like trying to run across difficult terrain instead of taking time and being careful. So it's your call. Thoughts?
We can save it.
I say save it because we would have to navigate this fairly slowly since it is.
Yeah, I mean, and you can always turn it off. It's just that you probably only get 2 hours out of it, potentially. So, you guys head down the road. Again, this is a well-guarded road, well-maintained. Interestingly, as you expected, you have not passed people going the same direction you would have. They have not crossed coming the other direction either. And about 10 in the morning, you hear in your head Axel Tian say, "This is where we should enter the swamp. The wagon will not be able to traverse where we're going. Perhaps we should hide it somewhere."
So Axel, of course, says, okay. Tian says this is the best spot, but yeah, it's a swamp. I don't think we can take the wagon in there.
I
I've not much experience with swamps, going to be honest.
But they're full of life, death, water, and all the good stuff, and nature.
Well, I mean, but they're not everywhere, and of course we haven't been everywhere, so some of us haven't been to swamps. I haven't, although I know about them. But yeah, well, we should. Yeah, but the thing is, we need to leave the cart here.
Oh, well, we can't leave it out in the open.
No, yeah, we need to hide it, but we need to find a place to hide it.
I wonder where we could hide it.
Survival check by anyone who's trained in survival can see if they can figure out a spot.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Ah, there we
Fine,
go.
I got this, guys. I got this.
Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, I was worried there for a second. Of all the bonuses that all of you guys have for survival checks.
Plus
7,
7, plus 6, plus 5.
Yeah, Axel, you are able to find just a little bit off the road into the swamp, a thick area of brush cover that you would be able to hide a wagon of this size in, and enough grass and water where you could tie off the mule so that it would be as safe as you can hope for out here.
Looks like everything's sorted.
So who's taking the lead here? Iskrin, you? Kel?
Ishkrin at this point is just looking out for wave quakes and making note of there's one there, still underneath wave quaker. Yeah, that's still there.
Wave quaker.
Wait.
I guess I will take the lead.
We can come across the riverbed. Come across that, we can follow that.
How long do you think it needs to do to get from here into the place that we need to get to? How far is that?
It will be the rest of the day and part of... by the end of the day, we should be able to get to the gates of Moss Hollow, depending on how well we're able to navigate.
Yeah, we can't.
Master, I see, since I first met you, you are diminished in size. Is this something that you are able to cast?
No, I can only. But no, this was something that happened to me by wild vice magic. Somehow
You have
vice
no
magic happened.
ability to alter size.
No, and I was thinking I could get you a floating platform to come with us, but yeah, but it would have to take breaks every hour, and I don't think that's very fast.
Iska, you hear him talking, or you hear
he does talk out loud.
Axel talking about this, about size alteration.
I had to find where my thing was. No, Axel, if you want to return to normal size anytime, you just need to let me know.
Wait, you can
Right? Because I can.
Tian is hearing this and just, your friend is able to reduce things in size. He asks Axel.
Yeah, Iska, can you make things bigger and smaller? Because I don't think
yes,
you can make.
Of course.
Tian, if we could make him smaller, then he can actually be carried through the. We can carry him or the.
And he's okay with this.
He suggested it.
Let's do it. And I will cast Calliope's March?
Yep.
Yes, I will cast a lilting decrescendo, which will reduce Tien.
Iskra, you do see Iska playing with the Tapestry of Fate again, which is entirely separate from the weave as you know it, as these strings of this tapestry go and surround the tree. It's interesting. You see it spin around the tree as it shrinks, but then coalesce around the pot that it's in. And Axel, you see runes that you did not see before on the pot begin to glow. And you recognize these as being the same runes that you saw on the floor of the basement that caused recursive recasting of a spell, as this song's magic basically gets caught up in the runes, and while it normally would only last for 1 minute, is now recursively casting upon itself to keep Tian at a reduced size.
Nice.
The runes will last for a day, maybe 2, before it will need to be recast. But this is not the first time I've been needed to travel, and never like to be burdensome.
That's actually really, really useful. And Axel's like, okay, so are we going to Moss Hollow, or are we going to where Iskarin wants us to go? Or are they the same?
Where in the name of Pelor did you get that from? He stands there gobsmacked staring at Iska.
Sometimes beings such as yours just don't understand the world around them and what others are capable of, you know.
I know what you're doing.
is
Where? Oh!
there.
He just like falls onto the ground and just just gouges his eyes a little, just like, ah!
Kel quietly smiles but says nothing.
Where do we need to be going to help you with your problem?
Looks around. That way.
Yep. You don't see the actual trough here, but from the you've traveled basically with the direction that you've traveled, it's got to be basically directly into the fen, into the glint.
He's literally pointing to the closest tree. There.
So the only other questions are, as I look at this big list, I assume, you're familiar, it doesn't matter, it can come with you, no problem. What is the plan with Grain? Is he staying with the wagon or coming with you?
He's coming with.
I'm sorry?
He's coming with.
Okay.
I assume we're going to be traveling quite far away. So.
Okay.
And what are we doing about the mule?
Mule.
Keeping it tied up.
Yeah, tied up here. It's kind of what I thought, but if you all want to do something different with it.
It's fine.
I don't.
Axel is going to cast Alarm on the card, even though there's not really much left in it. Considering on,
yeah, certainly could scare away anyone who got curious.
Yeah, it's the verbal alarm set. Yeah, it's a verbal alarm as well as a mental one, so that he can hear it however far away he is.
Okay.
And of course, it's set for basically the group of them, including Iskarin, and if the mule is either there or coming with them. If it's there, if it accidentally trips the alarm, it's not going to trip it.
Okay.
And we could all hear it mentally.
Cool. So, as such, you guys load up some rations to take with you and head into the Glint's Pale Fen. Stand by. Let's get this going. So, about 15 minutes off the road, you really start to get into this swamp proper. A mixture of water or muck or both, kind of varies from inches deep at places to all the way to knee deep every few yards, as you sort of slosh through this, places that you thought were solid, your feet sink down in all the way to your knees. Other places that you try to avoid as you accidentally step into the water is barely an inch deep. So you were kind of always a little bit off your stride, and going is a bit slow. Beneath this sort of constant obscuring water, muck, mist, there seems to be like roots, rocks, all sorts of different things that are almost constantly seem like they're trying to like intentionally trip you or scrape you or just get you, on off footing. Even though you try to sort of anticipate them, it's never exactly the same. And so even sometimes when you try to avoid one thing that you think you now kind of know what a signal of it is, you step into something or another that's even a little bit worse. Interspersed between these areas sort of heavy muck and small places where waters are gathered, you can see deeper, dark pools, almost the color of like strong coffee, that reflect the forest trees like mirrors, which is very disconcerting because, it's almost as though your eye is not able to sort of capture what is the reflection and what is real. So the ground seems almost warped, instead of what should be sort of a flat horizon of water. Iskren, for you, that mixed with the twisting of the weave around this area has you almost staggering like a sailor who's first time back on land, because what your magical eyes are telling you does not align with what the physical world actually is. And even if it did, because underneath of that, the ground is uneven, it's almost as though your eyes are betraying you as you try to make your way through this area. The other disconcerting part, as you go deeper and deeper, you start to understand a little bit where the name Glinspale came from. The trees are sort of these thick, jointed trees that stick up out of there with this sort of white, bleached, fibrous bark that pulls off them as they sort of poke up through the skies. And it, because of the joints in them and the sort of the roots, the knobs that are on them and burls on the tree, they almost look like these deformed finger bones that sort of stick up into the sky. And it's not until the very crown that they spread out the foliage across, which is incredibly dense. So the light on here is very dim. For those without dark vision, it is almost like walking in a twilight. For those with it, you recognize it as being fairly deep shadows. The other thing that sort of is off-putting is this area, and as Iskren had described, is teeming with life. It seems that there's always, you are catching movement of things scurrying up and down the trunks of the trees, across the ground, ripples within the pools in the water of things moving through or swimming or slithering or crawling, creeping, basically all around you. And, you often find yourself brushing imaginary or real things that you feel are crawling on your skin or in your hair or across your cloaks, hands, up your pants legs. It's almost an incessant alertness to the amount of life that is teeming within here, mixed in with sort of the rotting, indifferent breaking down of all the vegetation that has fallen of an area that is probably never been cleared by any means. First, I need everyone in the party to make me a perception check followed by a dexterity check. So all perception first and then dexterity.
As I said, my luck has not been good this week.
I'm missing one. There's the last one. And then if I could have everyone make dexterity at disadvantage as a party, you failed your perception checks.
And this is just straight dex, not a saving throw?
This is straight dex at disadvantage, yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll adjust your sheet so it rolls both for you.
That's all right. Oh, good. Ignore that.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
I don't like today. Today's been a bad day for my rolls.
And,
I think Ishkrin has fallen over into mud like 3 times now.
And that's pretty
and
much...
I'm going to use an inspiration die on mine.
You actually...
Can I not?
It's not going to help.
Okay.
Because it's a party check. And because you all had failed on the perception. So as you move through, basically between all of you, again, tripping, falling, slipping, you are pretty much covered in mud and scratches and other various scrapes and bruises. And at one point, Luck is convinced he sees a spider like the size of a dinner plate crawling up the back of Iska's armor up into her hair, and runs forward to try to brush it off, but in the process basically knocks over 2 or 3 other party members, completely slams into Iska. Everyone ends up pretty much on the ground in muck, and everyone takes 3 points of bludgeoning damage as just this place has begun to sort of work its insidiousness upon you.
At this point, Ishkrin casts Mage Armor.
Okay.
Luck damage, of course there is. Bad luck.
You guys sort of get yourselves up and moving again. I need Axel and Kel to make a... No, let's see. I am going to have Axel make me a... Make me a history check flat. Good. No, so basically that was the ability for you to accurately translate Tian's directions to Kel so that he now has advantage on the survival check that he's about to make to guide you through the swamp. If you guys aren't listening to the music, I found a really cool piece for this swamp.
It's pretty damn cool.
It's cool.
Nice and spooky.
I have to turn the volume up because I can't hear it.
Yeah, I've been hearing it.
I heard it.
It's funny, it goes really low to really high, so I'm trying to keep it from deafening our poor stream. Guys, let me know out in the stream if it gets too loud or too soft. So with a 22, good, that's good too, because it was not an easy survival check. You are able to keep on path as you move further into this swamp. As you move deeper into it, it becomes more and more treacherous. I just, because we haven't specifically said it, but Luck would have done this without Good Guy's direction. You would have picked up Grain long ago, because Grain would have basically been disappeared into a sippy hole within the first 10 minutes. So
I thought I had him on my shoulder.
Yeah, no, I figure I just wanted to state it just because that's the case.
Just
So once again, I need everyone to make me a perception check. And then, give me a second. Don't roll yours yet. Iskrin, let me get your sheet worked. There you go. Now you should automatically roll with advantage. Let's see if that works right. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Ooh, look at Iskrin. I'm at
hacks.
4 successes, 4,
1, 2,
Whoop,
3, 4. Cool. And with the nat 20. So it's interesting. You guys are now everyone roll a dexterity check with advantage. Wham. Wham.
Yeah.
The nat 20s are back, boys.
Holy shmikeys.
You did it, Reddit.
So
Good team.
basically, as you guys are moving through...
That's 3 in a row.
Yeah. As you guys are moving through, that's crazy. And this was going to be the fun one too, and you totally spoiled my plan. But anyway, Iskrin...
He was going to get us back for this.
Yeah,
I'm
Iskrin...
feeling so sad for you.
Iskrin dies.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so basically, Iskrin is able to spot within the weave an area that seems to be odd, that has a basically, whereas life and water and death were sort of an even keel all through this area. As you look forward about 10 feet in front of you, you see basically the death weave just plummet deep down underneath of the level of the swamp, and you're able to call it out. And because you warned them, and basically Iska, Cilia, and yourself are able to sort of dance the party around this sort of deep black water pool that has very slippery sides, that as you maneuver your way around it, see these weird sort of slimy bubbles sort of churn up from below the depths, almost in frustration, as you guys skirt your way around and deeper into the swamp. Axel, do me another history check. Flat, please. Isn't that what I did before? I said, yes, history. Flat history, please. Ooh, with a 12. So, because of that sort of near miss, your mind is a little bit distracted while you're you're listening to Tian. You're not able to necessarily relay the information as well. Kel, roll me a survival check without advantage. Flat, please. Ooh. You guys...
Danny, you realize you're muted, right?
Damn it. Yeah, I want to use my inspiration.
I was waiting and seeing if you were going to say something.
I said it and I was muted. Damn it.
Yeah. I was about to move on, too.
Brings it up to a 12.
Yep. I need again for a set of perceptions and a set of first perceptions and then dexterities, please. Flat.
Oh no!
Keep going. Let's see how this works.
When he gets back, when
Oh,
Templar
no.
gets back, when Templar gets back. That dude had to say we haven't rolled a 1 this
either
session.
or
That
today.
dude had to say it.
I had rolled as one. Oh my god, it's either or today. It really is.
Well, you have to roll well because I think if you. So I think it's tied.
That's good. That's good.
I ain't got that.
It's all about
what
it's all
you
about
did,
whether he doomed you or not.
Look what you did.
I get back and I see these faces and
Yeah.
these ones.
Yeah.
I need a perception. Flat perception.
I'm going
You
to.
have-
Don't screw this up.
Yeah,
It's up to you.
power.
What are you
Can I
doing?
net 20? Can I net 20 it?
You can nat 20 it.
It's net 20 then, which is a 25.
That's fine. Yep. So nat 20.
Burning it, boys.
I need dexterities at advantage again, please.
Trying to kill this.
Saving our last.
That's even. That's
Ooh, look at Iska.
very nice.
What is this?
This is craziness.
Can I use
Double nat
inspiration?
ones followed by double nat 20s.
Well, wait for it because it might be the double. With
I am-
let's wait for the last one to see if you.
I
need
was
to
going
do
to.
something.
I was going to spend advantage on this.
Okay.
Wasn't it
Oh, actually, you already
have
were at advantage.
advantage.
You didn't. Yeah, we
Yeah,
already
you
had
do have
advantage.
advantage. I wanted to spend an inspiration.
Well, it doesn't matter.
It's
I got-
okay.
I got-
You've already
think
with
we're
the
fine
nat
with
20s
all
there.
the-
You're okay.
I got
Yeah,
10
you're fine.
I'm carrying you guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I feel like we're on a quake right now with all these gnats going on.
So-
There's-
I did this, so you had to. You owed me for getting you through this.
So, what you guys realize, you come approaching up, and you see in front of you that same black pool that you had skirted around before, as somehow you've become turned around in the swamp. Kel had lost his way, but through some stroke of fate and luck, you recognized you were back here and are able to skirt around it once again. This time the bubbling slime is even sputters out, trying to spit its way at you. Boy, I thought I had a second chance. I need a intelligence check with advantage this time as base from you. I'm sorry, history check from you, Axel, with advantage, since basically you're getting the exact same directions you got before from Tian. This time you are able to convey them. Kel, you are now do your survival check with advantage. With a 26, you guys keep moving forward. And as you keep trudging through this swamp, Tian says to Axel, this has been hours as you've trudged through here. Tian indicates to Axel that the gates should be just ahead beyond the clearing. And you start to see that there is a clearing in the trees up ahead. Kel, do me one last survival check with advantage.
Axel's going to warn people that, there's the clearing and there's the gate.
And this was the easier way?
Oh, yeah.
I
By
imagine the other one's
far
like,
the easier way, because you had a lot further to go.
because
the
it's
other
like,
way.
yeah, it's from there to there as opposed to.
Okay.
Isgrin, give me a perception check, please.
Perception done.
It's interesting. You do not find the deep trough that you did before, but you find, leading into this clearing, a whole network of troughs, almost like veins that reach off up sort of to the north of you, as you know, that they seem to be joining and making bigger and bigger, and you can sort of make out with that 20 that probably further up into the swamp they coalesce into what that trough will be. But here they are spread out and like a network of veins lean down into this clearing up ahead.
He feels surrounded, so he pulls out his longsword, lets you, and he looks around and says, "The Nexus, it's converging. The quakes will get stronger. Be careful."
Well, that's good news for Axel.
So after these miles of tree cover, you guys emerge, sort of blinking into the sunlight again. And there's an open clearing, almost like the size of a soccer field, where the trees have thinned out and allowed sort of the long grasses to grow up around what you can see are channels of the swamp in this area. So sort of a higher ground with sort of these lower channels always through here. Did I say squirts somehow? If I did.
No.
Don't know. You can see close into yourself as you step out that these grasses sort of grow indiscriminately from both the solid soil and out of sort of the brackish water, and realize that traversing this terrain could in fact be even more treacherous than the ground you've already covered, as under the trees you could sort of see the deep water, whereas here the top of the grass seems completely level, even though right in front of you can see where some are only maybe 2 to 3 feet high, whereas others could be as much as 6 feet tall, but they still end at almost as though it's been mowed down in an even lawn in front of you. So it's very odd that the terrain below this sort of thick, dense brown grass is completely obscured. Axel. Is he here? He's there. While everyone else is examining this terrain right there, right in front of them, and how to find a path, your eyes are locked somewhere else. About 120 feet in front of you, in the center of this clearing, stands a figure from your nightmares. A fully living, healthy specimen of the violet tree from Reginald's tower, and beyond it you see the gate. I need all of you to roll initiative.
Nah.
Of course.
Stand by. Wait, don't roll it. Don't roll it till I get you on the map so you can click on your things.
I was worried for a moment there.
So excited, Alicia. You're so excited to punch things.
Yes, because all we've been doing is like, oh, this weird magic, da-da-da. I'm like, just let me hit something.
Are we going to use
care.
That? Christian, are we going to use that? Are we going to use that initiative or not?
I can pull it in. I'm fine with it.
I wanted to use Portent on Luna for her initiative.
You can do that.
Give her a 15, which should then get your initiative modifier. There we go.
Nice.
When you're dealing with water, who do you want to go first?
Fair point.
Oh.
I'd better be on initiative than an attack roll.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that this is my third nat one.
That music.
That's some good music.
I don't know if it's exactly the Critical Role music, but I like it.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
It's close.
Jay, do you want me to roll it again and then just edit what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, click on your thing and then just edit where it is and let me know
Sure.
what people have, because I've got to roll some initiative for some other folks.
This is
No,
the
you
Critical
don't.
Role
Just
music.
say they go last. It's fine.
I thought it was.
It is. I recognize it.
I knew it was darn close if it wasn't.
It
You
is
said
the
you gave me
exact.
a 15, right? Axel, right? Okay.
Let's see.
Jay, by the way, did you see the message I sent you?
Yes, I did. Rapidity is fine.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank God.
Oh boy, this is a lot.
Guys, I'm so excited.
Combat.
It's been a while since I've seen you guys in combat. I'm like,
It's been so long since.
Oh, come on. We've been in verbal combat practically every session.
Yeah,
That's true. Actual real combat. Okay, so whose initiatives did I need to edit?
I fixed mine already.
Has everyone got theirs in there correctly?
Mine's correct.
Cool.
I do need to bring up, it's been long enough that my wolf's sight would have healed and he can do pack tactics again.
Absolutely.
And would Tian have initiative?
Tian would have initiative. Sorry, I meant to bring him in.
Which also is a problem because Axel's carrying Tian, so he doesn't have free hands.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Just set him on the ground somewhere.
Or have someone else carry him. Yep, however you want to do it.
How long does floating disc take? No, it's fine. I can just stick him on a floating disc. It's fine.
You can, and it follows you, correct?
Yep. 30 feet. It goes over water if it's fine.
Problem solved? Wizards solving problems easy.
Oh, where are you, Tian? I know
Wizards are a problem in and of themselves.
Where is... Okay, that's really weird. Where is Tian?
He's there.
I know, but his sheet. I gotta find his sheet.
Did he make like a tree and leaf?
He's in campaign characters.
Oh, he's in campaign characters. Thank you. That's where he is.
It was only a matter of time.
It's too easy.
Yeah, we need to separate like companions and characters because I have another party that's got like 16 companions and 6 characters. So you have a separate order.
So guys, let me know out there in the stream if this music is killing you, because I know it's got that hard trumpet piece that is really, really loud.
Actually, it's French horns.
Whatever.
The horn rip. Ring.
Yeah, that one. So,
musicians.
Let's.
I love French horns. They're great, and they do
are.
those rips so well.
One of my best friends is a French horn
a
player,
little bit
so I
zoomed
can understand.
in so that we can actually
Or rather, used to be.
see what's going on with you guys. Let me move this over. Golly, where are you guys? Big map.
We're here. There. This thing's here. This is our top. This is. Sorry. We're there.
We're in our tactical moving square formation.
Yes, we are.
Well, because I just dumped you where you might be.
I know.
So.
The square formation. The strongest of formations.
Where was I? Yeah, I would be about there.
Okay,
Fine.
so as you can see, gate is all. This is the gate down here. The tree is where it is. Yeah, we start with Cal.
Okay, so there are actually a lot of trees on this map. Is it the big one directly?
It is the big one in the center. The other ones are not violet in nature, but they are big. They're these big bony trees with the canopies up high. The tree that you see at the center of this violet tree is basically 60 feet tall. Its canopy begins about 40 feet up. The center of it is about 15 feet in diameter. And just for ease, let me go ahead and do this for you guys. Please, did I put that on the map? Blair, do you all see circles or no?
No.
Red circle and green.
No.
Red circle and white circle.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, the world moved.
Yep.
Wait.
There it is.
Is it a wave quake or a weave quake?
Weave, I think.
Wave.
You're muted, Luna. Actually.
Not a wave, but a weave.
Dang it!
Yeah.
And that was perfectly timed too. Moment's gone. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay,
so-
now I see a circle.
Yeah, so just to give you an idea, the yellow circle, the outer circle,
Yes,
is
okay.
underneath of the canopy. The red circle is basically its hitbox and is its trunk.
Okay.
So we have to kill the tree.
Or we could run around it.
It said hitbox. That means we attack it.
It's got initiative. It must be a bad guy.
Yeah, Street Fighter logic. We totally haven't had an encounter with a tree where fighting it was not the answer.
Yeah, it's
Totally
got a health
haven't.
bar. Yeah, it's got a health bar. It must be a boss.
We've never met intelligent trees before.
So,
on that note,
On that note,
I was going to ask. Oh, it's just a tree. Is there something up here? Because I mean, Tian tells you everything, basically. And also, somebody needs to tell the new dude that this tree is going to suck out, presumably, your life weave, or your whatever weave you have.
I sense the death weave in it. It's strong in this one.
How does a tree get that?
Death weave is strong in it.
Okay, so yes, things need to be done, and so bonus action wolf,
okay.
and then move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that's my turn.
Okay. Luna.
I actually have to figure out which way I think is best to do this.
The water is, in fact, well, difficult terrain for everyone but Luna, or if you have that thing so that it is deep enough that you have to swim across it. Everything else is pretty much as you see it. Certainly feel free to ask me. Yeah.
Could I freeze a block of the water first for me to stand on and then move that through the water?
I will say yes. You will have to make dexterity checks because you're basically standing on top of a floating piece of ice. So you will have to make dexterity checks or fall off of it.
Yep, that's totally fair.
Okay.
No, I'm just imagining the Mustafar battle now with Anakin and Obi-Wan and the little things.
Cool.
So yeah,
I
I
have
will.
the high ground.
Yeah, so I think I will go ahead and try to do that. It'll take me a little bit longer, but I'll do that. So let's see. So that's 5, 10, 15. I can get in the water.
And we'll say it has the same movement speed as you do.
Okay.
Or what does your move? What does your control water say? How far does it say you can move something in a turn? Isn't it 30 feet?
I can control. It doesn't say how far I can push it, but it says I can control 5 feet at a time. So we can just say it's 30.
Yeah, let's just say it's
And then
30 for you to be on top of it. That its movement speed is 30. You can't move your full because I know you're normally 35, right, or 40.
Yeah, I'm normally 40.
So yeah, I'm
30
just saying it moves on the ice block. You can only move it at 30 feet, which is sort of standard speed for everyone else.
Okay. All right. So then, so there's 15 of it, and then. So during this turn with the water, would that be 30 feet in general?
So I would say,
total?
yeah, if you want to take like the dash action,
Mm-hmm.
if that's your plan, then now you can move another 30 feet.
Okay, yes, that would be what I did. So, can I move past this thing
Yeah,
right here?
that's up in the canopy up above.
Oh, okay.
It's only their trunks down below. That's just representing their canopy.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I can use those.
It's just you're going underneath their canopy, yeah.
I think I counted that out correctly for the dash.
Okay.
I think.
I will
So, yes,
trust
that's
that
how
to be
far-
the case. Yep.
Okay.
Next up is the Guardian Tree. And
And I do have my quarterstaff out as a note.
Yep. It. Let's see. Is going to use its multi-attacking. You see basically from the tendrils, from the upper 40 feet up in the air, from out of the boughs, these long vines go plunging down into the water down below, into the muck and the mire, and wrap around something and reach up and basically throw these two clods of mud out from underneath of its boughs. And as they are in the air, you see them form into these vaguely humanoid shapes as these two entities sort of pull up out of the muck and the water, and two thralls composed of muck and water and vines appear that it is thrown out from itself and now begin to move towards you guys. Let's see. This one moves up to there. And that is the end of its turn. As you stand there, all of you, the clearing begins to rumble, the ground underneath of you growing soft. I need all players to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Even me?
You're gonna...
Not Luna. Everyone who is on the ground.
Everything goes bloop. The question is, as a tree, it absorbs magic, but is it still vulnerable to fire? Is generally the question. What's it, dexterity check?
Dexterity save.
Save. Okay, yeah. 15.
So anyone who rolled 15 or lower, you are pulled. Roots reach up from out of the ground and yank you 30 feet towards the tree. I'm gonna just measure it out for you guys. So Iska, wherever you are, Iska, move your token to there, if you will. Luck, you made it, so you only move 15 feet. Move yourself to there, please. Cilia, you get drug 15 feet towards the center of the clearing. There, please.
This is a good time to have waterproof stuff, which I do.
Axel, you missed, so 30 feet. So yeah, you get pulled down here in front of Iska.
Terrifying.
Was Tion already on the floating disc?
No, I imagine X might have either kept hold or dropped Tion at this point.
I would say at this point you're probably still holding him.
Okay, yeah.
So 30 feet, you get drugged down to there.
Yep.
If you can go ahead and move your token.
Oh, right, yeah. Where am I? There we go. 30 feet.
Yeah, I got measured out for you. I cleaned you.
All right, thank you.
Yep, just dragged right there.
Yeah.
And Isgrin, there, please.
Yeah, can I have control of Tian so I can just have him?
I was going to go ahead
around?
and move him there. But
Okay,
yeah, I can give you control too.
Especially once he gets floaty, it might help.
Yeah. And
Isgrin will yell out as he gets pulled, "Bring it on, death mess!"
Don't get close. It absorbs magic or the weave or something.
He's kind of like a little excited by this.
Yeah.
let's see, controlled by Laxity. I'm only going to have you move him. I'm going to control his attacks, if you don't mind.
That's fine. I just figured that when he gets put on the floaty disc, it's going to be following around, so it's easier if I can
Yep,
move
no,
him in.
absolutely. Iska, you are up.
Are the roots and branch? Are they still around me?
No, they basically grab you, yank you in, and then disappear back down into the ground.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me see how far I can move. All right, I can move up to here. I'm going to turn to Isgrin and say, all right, you talk a big game. Let's see what you got. Just give him some bardic inspiration.
Cool.
Before I rush forward.
So you are a D6 or a D8 now?
A D8.
D8. So you have a D8 bardic inspiration to use as you will.
I'm going to rush forward to Kel's side, and I'm going to attack this is like a muddy figure.
Yep.
With the Hound Tongue Whip.
Okay. Make your attack.
Okay, Hound Tongue Whip. There you are. For a 12.
A 12. You are unable to get it. It just sort of dodges out of the way. Its amorphous form just kind of like opens up, and you are unable to connect with it.
Okay.
Is that it? You've done bonus action, action, movement. Yeah, that's pretty much it for you.
That's everything I can do, for sure.
Yep. Axel, you are up.
All right. Axel is going to quickly put his hand on the ground, cast the floating disc.
Okay.
Takes an action. He just puts it there, and then he picks the hand up and sort of puts it on top of the disc.
Okay.
And then in the dwarven command, protect me and my friends. We'll deal with the tree.
Okay.
Do you know if there's any way we can stop it attacking, or just go through the gate or something?
He says back to you, the seed has activated this guardian. It has certainly passed through this way, but it has lashed out, and the fury that is within the seed now is what is the only thing this tree feels or understands. I cannot communicate with it.
Yeah. So Axel's like, we're gonna have to stop it. It's not going to stop. So he shouts it out like to the people. It's not going to stop. Stop it.
Okay. Do you want to do any movement?
Then he'll also how far can he go? But he's going to climb up 15 feet of that tree.
Okay. And the disc comes with you, correct?
And disc should be 20 feet behind, so it should be around there.
Okay.
If he's on the tree, it would be basically directly below him. But
okay, that's cool.
Out there, 5 feet away, it's fine. Oh, wait, this number. I just saw its health.
Yeah. So that's your turn. Isgrin, you are up.
Would I be able to teleport up onto this branch of the tree up here?
Yes.
And then still have line of sight at the tree?
Yes.
Alright. Well, after vanishing in a cloud of glitter, to reappear and then trace my hand in sort of an X pattern and cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay. So go ahead and roll the attack and move yourself to where you are, which branch you want to be up on.
Okay. Why isn't that? There we go.
So wait, you're going to be there on that branch or more like here? Where are you, there? Or...
Yeah, that's good. That's
okay.
good. Yeah. Eldritch Blast, one beam.
So, you raise up your hand to cast the Eldritch Blast. You feel your magic connect with this tree as the blast begins to erupt from your hand. And about 5 feet in front of you, you see it basically, it looks like it's disappearing underwater. As you see the Eldritch Blast begin to weaken and diminish and diminish and diminish. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. He's going to turn his head slightly and go, what? Very confused.
Is that right? D10 plus 3. And while you do see this, it's force, correct? What's it? Force? Eldritch Blast?
Yeah, force damage.
You see it just peter out further and further and further, and it does connect with the tree, but barely seems to do any damage at all. The tree kind of shrugs as you see that the spell has somehow entered this almost watery sphere as it sort of plunges out of your hand and plunges into what seems almost like a watery sphere around this tree. Celia, you are up.
I'd like to shout out, wait a minute, I got more.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, next time. That was just Iska.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
The tree isn't the only one who shrugs. Like,
all right. I'm going to run here or here.
So yeah, behind the tree.
Yep, and then I will attempt to hide.
Okay. You attempt to hide?
I attempt to hide, and then I will, not knowing if I'm hidden or not, poke my head out and short bow this guy right there.
Okay.
Ew!
Wow. Yeah, you
Gross!
completely miss. Just it flies off into the swamp. Luck, you are up. You don't have anything else, do you? So,
Nope.
Yep.
Nope. So look, sort of reaches for his again that sort of waist area, the potion holder. That's the word I was looking for.
Yep.
And downs again this greenish off-colored liquid.
Yep.
As sort of his, there's it gets into his veins, blood starts pumping around. It's sort of the green liquid shows up on his scar as it sort of glow, sort of turns up his face turns a bit more greenish. His veins go sort of protrude out more as he just sort of seems a bit more faster looking around with his reactions as he is now able to move 40 feet.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's going to start running, and he's going to get his pickaxe out. Now, it takes bonus action attack to Crimson White. I'll have to do that next turn. We'll draw that out and we'll use my action to dash to get sort of face to face with this thing.
Okay.
And that would be so. I will also tell Grain to sort of jump off here, or jump back a few feet, but just keep out of harm's way.
Gotcha.
So that would be
Nice and close to you. Okay. So that brings us to Tian's turn. Tian, sitting at the bottom of this, goes, just sort of looks up and goes, this is just, looks, in Dwarven to Axel says, don't be startled, as 3 of Tian's candles jump out of your pack and land on the ground. Lit, and as you saw before in their sort of little anthropomorphic wax figures hit the ground and all begin to run towards the tree.
Go, Candles, go, Candles, go.
And that is Tian's turn. And we are back to Kel.
All right, so I will move up next to Luck. I will attack this thing with a bite, and I have advantage because of pack tactics.
Yep. Oh, yeah, it hits.
Out of the mud.
For 11 piercing damage.
And it needs to do
Strength.
strength saving throw DC 13.
Yep. And strength saving throw 17.
DC 13, so it succeeds.
Yep. So it stays standing up there.
Yep.
Luna, you are up. Muted, maybe? No, Luna, you're up. Muted, Luna.
Gotta get to there, and then jump off and attack that guy.
Okay.
So, bam!
And the good thing is, this time he doesn't have the high ground.
Yeah.
Sure doesn't. So, 16?
16 will hit. 7 bludgeoning damage.
Then I am going to use an inspiration on that because
Okay.
yeah, that hits.
That hits.
2, 7.
So for another 7 bludgeoning.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you see your quarterstaff whacks into the side of it, and just with this horrible squish, and then you come back around and hit him with another attack, with your unarmed attack, coming around and catches him in sort of the side of the torso. You get one more, correct?
Yep, that's what I was double checking. Yes, I do. One more. So, coming again. Yep, that'll do it.
Yep, 24 will hit. And for
And
another
that's just
8.
the 8.
Yep. And yeah, you just go blasting into it. You basically hit it with the quarterstaff on one side, hit it with your fist on the other, and then just nail it again, sort of giving it an uppercut. And the sort of swampy features, I mean, they just sort of like recoalesce, but still are in. It definitely took some damage. Is that all you're doing?
Yeah, move. Yes, that is what I'm doing.
So, the Tree Guardian. What does it want to do?
Well, you know what most trees want to do, just put down roots and grow a little bit.
Terrible.
It just wants to consume you whole and eat your life force.
You see as it reaches down and throws 2 more blight puppets, 2 more of these swamp puppets out into the field, and
rude.
And they sort of land and coalesce, and then begin charging forward.
Seems to me its blight is worse than its bark.
We apologize to our guest for this horrible treatment.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
I do.
I'm
offended.
You apologized.
As you watch this in front of you, it seems to rear up, about ready to make its attack, and you notice that some of the dents that you made into it seem to close up and start to knit back together. As it then makes an attack against you.
Quick question. Do you know, I can't remember if there is a range limit on Portent. So I think it might be able to, it's like I might be able to have to see it, but I don't know.
As long as you can see it.
I think it's probably if you can see it. Anyway, it rolls a natural 1.
Okay.
So it starts flailing out with these vines, and just you are just dodging and weaving
Move like
and moving all around. This one next to Kel, it goes to make an attack against Kel. 17. That hits.
Yes, it hits.
You take 13 slashing damage, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. On a 17, these vines start trying to wrap around you, but they just are unable to gain purchase, and they slide back off of you as it reels this vine back into itself. That is its turn. What do we want to do here? Ooh, let's see. How many people do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 7 of you guys. Ooh, a 7. Ooh, I lied. 1, 2. 2 of you are in trees. I need to roll D5.
Haha. Best way to counter a tree: be a tree or in a tree.
Yeah.
Then we burn him to the ground.
Kel. I need you to make a strength saving throw. The ground opens up underneath your wolf form, and you begin to get sucked down into the ground. As there is no purchase, you start to clamber and climb and do everything you can in an attempt to escape out of this hole that is opened up underneath of you. And finally, you are able to gain purchase and pull yourself up and out from this hole that had opened up below you. And almost as soon as it opened, it seems to close in, and you realize that is not something you would want to have been caught inside of. Iska, it is your turn. So, quick question. We're past 4 o'clock. I know we've got Iskrin, who is a bunch of dragons. I think Iskrin, Dragons, you said you were you're available to join us again next week.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how everyone else is feeling. If we want to go ahead and call it, I know we've already been playing. This combat is going to take a while. The only question is, what if we want to get to a basically leave it now as it's just getting started, or wait for a climactic moment. But this is going to be a good combat. Just, it would be going to a climax, not going to the end, most likely.
Okay.
What are people's thoughts? We go ahead and leave it where we are? Close it down?
I am good to keep going if everybody else is. I'm fine with stopping as well. If we do stop, I would like to at least finish the round.
Yep, and we could do that. Great. Get through Tion's turn.
I'm good to keep going, but I'm sort of same position. If we do want to stop, finish the round.
Yeah, I'm fine with keeping going, but I do have another D&D game with my real life group at 5 o'clock.
Okay, well, tell you what, let's finish up the round. I was just doing it after the lair action, but let's go ahead and finish out this round.
Sorry, I got that wrong.
Oh, were those lair actions? Did I give something away?
Oh no!
Oh no!
Anyway,
what a shock!
What a shock! It's a lair action. So let's go ahead and finish out this round, and we will move to Iska.
All right, Iska. let's see. I'm just gonna move up here.
So, stand by.
Uh-oh.
As
What I
you-
meant to say was Iska was going to.
As you step right there, it is almost like you are plunged into molasses, magically speaking. You have felt this before. It is that same dampening sluggishness that you feel to your magical abilities that surrounds you. However, here, whereas before it was almost sort of like an echo, you now realize that a full living specimen of this tree, the amount of dampening that would occur, and that your magic is, in fact, will be slowed within this area. So meta speaking, what does that mean? What it means is that things that take a bonus action to cast now take an action to cast. Things that take an action to cast now take an action plus your movement to cast, as you have to concentrate that hard on the spells themselves in order to think. Now, you are welcome to try to rush a spell in this area. However, there could be consequences to doing such.
Do it.
Hey, you know, if things are going south, just that option is available for you to try to rush cast a spell within this field.
You said the word if things going south. Really, it should be when things are going south.
I am going to rush, surround myself by my candle brethren, and hopefully their flames will inspire my own, as I'm going to attack with the Hound Tongue Whip again, hopefully better this time. To
Which
the
one
guy
are you
right,
attacking?
right in front of Kel still.
Okay, that one.
Do it again, but better.
Yes.
Once more with feeling.
Pop!
Yeah,
There you go.
your Hound Tongue Whip slashes out into this construct that is in front of you. You know what? I forgot to say it. Kel, the one that was in front of you that you bit also did the bite wound closed up some. I'd forgotten that it had taken damage.
That's okay. I kind of figured.
Yeah. So anyway, yes, you slash out at it with the Hound Tongue Whip. So go ahead and roll your damage.
7 slashing, 3 fire.
Wow, it didn't come through. That's weird.
Oh.
There it goes.
There it is.
Okay. You see the Hound Tongue Whip just cut through some of these vines as it slashes into it. But as the fire runs down the whip, this wet muck just and completely extinguishes within the frame of this construct.
Fire Axel is sad.
Anything else you'd like to do?
I don't think I can. Everything else I have is a bonus action to cast.
Well, inspiration wouldn't.
Yeah, that
count.
inspiration is
Are
not
we still
a,
saying-
inspiration
Oh, okay.
I'm saying is not a cast, because that's you
No.
performing, being inspirational, whatever. That's not a spell.
That's your
Okay.
natural charisma.
That high ass.
Really ass high.
Along with your uniqueness, nerve, and talent.
Yes.
I didn't say it.
So
No.
did you throw an inspiration at someone?
I'm gonna throw an inspiration to Axel and actually yell out that the magical dampening. It's even worse here than it was in the basement. Axel, just be careful. Everyone, be careful. Just kind of let everyone know. Like the closer we get, the more we're gonna putter out.
Yep.
But inspiration to Axel.
Okay, nice.
And it is Axel's turn.
Right, Axel's going to tootle back up the tree onto one of the branches out to there.
Okay.
Tian's probably going to tootle along the ground. It's going to be basically directly below him at this
Okay.
point because he can't follow him up. And then he is going to cast Firecracker on the tree. The big one. Try and
On the tree you're standing on?
not the tree he's standing on. And then it was the inspiration or 17. Is that a hit?
17 is a hit.
Alright. It's 15 fire damage on the tree. Depending. And he's also going to try and figure out when this. Oh no, it doesn't really slow down because it technically just appears at the ending, so he can't actually tell.
So pretty much, you feel this connection with your spell. Basically, as Iskrim would describe it, this connection through the weave that it has in fact connected to the tree itself. However, that literally almost right in front of you, you can feel it just being dampened and suppressed even more. So that when you do see a little tiny spark that you are used to seeing as a fairly impressive explosion is pretty much just a within the boughs of the tree.
Can Axel judge if he thinks it's the distance that makes it weaker, or
because this doesn't necessarily a trail, as you said, it just sort of appears there. For in front of you, you didn't get the visual feedback that Iskring got as his spell passed into the field. You just feel as this just molasses-like sluggishness.
All right.
Isgrin. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have anything else?
No, he's finished there. Yep.
You are up.
After hearing Iska say that and saying how pathetic the spell went off, both spells actually, can I try figure out by using my sight how this tree is affecting that?
Repeat that. I'm sorry. I got distracted by chat.
Can I try figure out how this tree is dampening the magic that strikes it? Or did I miss that completely?
Do me a perception check. And this will cost you, I'll say it costs you your bonus action. It won't cost you your full action. Because
he has specialized.
Yeah. Unfortunately, around the weave around here in your site, you're unable. There's something odd. Okay, yep, you can use it. Do it. Roll a d8.
Sweet, thank you. I'm gonna yell out, "Thank you, Iska."
That's enough. No, that's enough. You just need to roll above a 10, because it's pretty obvious. The weave around this tree, where everywhere else in this forest and everywhere across this land that you've traveled is wavy. In this area, it is almost perfectly flat and smooth, as though it's been artificially. I don't want to say artificially. Whatever is affecting this area basically makes it impervious to what would normally be the magical dents. The weight of spells sort of in this fabric of magic, it's as though it's resistant to that, as though it's just does not deform around magic like elsewhere that you've seen in this world. You still have your movement and your action.
After looking at it, I'm going to say, we're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Save your spells. I'm going to run along the branch as far as I can get, and then do a running leap and jump attack at that guy there if possible.
Okay. Do me an acrobatics check.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Parkour.
Yeah, you actually do a pretty good, leap off of it. You actually do a nice flip in the air, land on your feet, and you see you're landing next to him within melee range. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And just as you cross off the end of the branch, you are able to feel that same sluggishness around you. And it's not that you feel as though, given time, you basically give more weight to your spells inside of this, that they would potentially work as normal. It's just when they cross from normal weave into this sort of stretched weave is where the problem is. Across that threshold, and just by taking the time here, you're able to build up the extra weight of magic to make them effective inside. Go ahead and roll me, I guess it's your longsword attack.
Yeah.
Just barely hits.
Oh, yes! Alright, I'm swinging this two-handed, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, that's not the right damage. Okay, don't worry about that.
You click the
Yeah,
name.
click on the thing down below.
Yeah.
Just click on Latu longsword here.
I did that. Alright, there it is.
Yeah. So this is versatile. This is always crazy that actually you did worse with versatile than you did with normal. But it happens. So yeah, you go slashing into this construct in the vines, and you would hope that using both hands you were going to be able to dig deeper into it, but it seemed as though actually you might have done more by just sort of trying to cut the surface layers instead of trying to dive for the big hit down deep in it. That's just me describing your rolls, not that there's any actual mechanic behind that.
That's okay. He's still standing.
Yep. Anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
At that point, I'm going to yell, if you go to cast any spells, make sure you power them with all you got. Hold them. Let them charge, and then unleash.
There you go. Celia, you are up.
Yes. Okay. I am going to have to double move to get here.
Okay.
And while I'm running, I'm just gonna switch to my dagger and rapier.
Okay.
And I will attack.
19 definitely hits.
There's that. And then this. So 15 damage.
Let me just check one thing. Yep. So yes, it takes 15 damage. Tell me how you want to destroy this this one in front of you.
Alright, so Celia just comes running, and she when she gets there with her rapier, she's just going to stab through and up, so the pointy end comes out of its head.
Okay. So yeah, you stab through and up, and it just basically what happens is you end up with just if anyone's ever had to pull vines or whatever out of their garden, and how you sort of just end up with this giant wad. So it sort of just disintegrates around you as all sort of the muck and water that was holding it together falls to the ground, and you just have your rapier basically wrapped up in vines and muck and such. As it
Celia
falls to the
nods
ground.
and takes her cloak and just wipes the muck off of her rapier.
Okay. So that one has been felled. Anything else you're wanting to do with your turn?
Nope. That is all I can do.
Okay. Luck.
Look, Goldheart's going to hit the thing in front. Actually, first he's going to bonus action activate his Crimson Light.
Okay.
And cause a black hole according to the week.
Yes.
Looks at Trollskull suspiciously. Anyway. So activating that, lightning whoosh, up across the pick as we're going to try and strike into him.
Okay. 20 definitely hits. Whew, 12 piercing damage.
Yeah. That's maxed out. That's just a lot of damage.
As your war pick goes into it, you see it piercing and just sort of, it claws right into it, almost like a hammer, pulling out a nail, just takes out a giant chunk of it. But what you really notice is, you have a good feel with your crimson right and the lightning that it does. You knew that it had barely gotten lit up as you went for the swing, but even so, as it touched this sort of mixture of water and vines, you see that little spark runs all the way up through the entire being, as though it somehow is this water and vines are acting as conductors to your lightning.
It's super effective.
Super effective, and that's sort of we swing through, we keep swinging, get to that point, and then thrust in.
Yep. So go ahead and make your second attack.
Oh, I'm going to spend an inspiration.
Okay.
So
that definitely hits.
let's do that. That's what I like it.
So as you go swinging into this, your war pick, just makes contact with it, but even before you get to it, you see the lightning spring across. Describe to me how the lightning basically destroys this creature in front of you.
So pretty much it's like a push in as the sort of it starts to break it apart, and sort of as it's breaking apart, sort of the water splashes out and the lightning catches onto it and sort of retracts into it and then spreads out to it, and as it sort of spreads out, it sort of just jerks all of it and it sort of just crumbles as it sort of with
Very
this
cool.
sort of red lightning.
Yeah, and it just becomes this mass of hump of sort of muck and vines, and you can still sort of see the electricity dancing through it and across this pile as it's on the ground. Anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
And I would also like to move up here.
Okay.
God, man. Just had to remember to take all my hit points there.
Yep.
Okay. Yep, that's my turn.
Cool. With that, it is Tian's turn. Tian pretty much is staying where he is, but you see his candles continue to move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Charge!
My friends! My shields! I mean my friends!
As they continue to run
Same difference.
towards this this tree in front of you, and in fact, you even see another 2.
Water is the problem.
Jump
Throw
out of
them
your pack,
across.
Axel, and move into battle as well.
They're adorable.
With that is Tian's turn, and the end of the round. So we will return next time at the top of the round as the candles are charging in. 2 of these thralls have been put down, and the tree looms in front of you, having shirked off basically any damage that you had seen or tried to inflict upon it. And with that, we will say that's our session, folks. Let's go around and talk to people, see what they thought, so we can welcome our guest player who's through the early hours of the morning joined us and did everything. So let's start off with Dragons or Cats. What did you think? Let me give you something other than all this attack music to try it so you're not talking over it. Let me get back to something. We'll get back to your theme, the Iskren theme.
Oh, well, I love tonight. This was so good to see this character, this concept I've created, come into existence. Thank you all for welcoming me and, having such a wonderful time. I hope I really, made tonight a good game.
Your character's wonderful, and it was a pleasant surprise.
A nice, weird turn for you all. Wow, the sun is,
Yeah.
blue skies are out there.
The Bacon Thief. Who would have known?
Who would have thought?
No, thank you. It was
So
a
he-
wonderful game. You guys are, lovely to play with.
So he was never actually drunk, ever. That's just who he is.
Yeah.
A little bit.
He's all kinds of twisted, and you'll find out why.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time on what he knows, what he doesn't know,
I
the
can
things that
tell.
I told him wrong. Told him to be obtuse. But I wanted to bring in a different voice than just my voice telling the story of the world. So, Dragons or Cats happily obliged and stepped in to do such craziness. So, that's why I've been a hype all week long. We've been planning this for a month. for him to be joining us.
Wonderful.
And
It's been so wonderful to see it happen.
yeah, and so
I'm gonna cry.
I want to thank all you guys for being so welcoming to Dragons or Cats, and certainly, yourself. Like I said, starting at 3 a.m. I know I was pushing you guys to get a Sojourner's Crossing, but I told him I'd try to have him on for him time 3 a.m, which was 1 o'clock for us. And I'm just like, okay, 1:15. He was on by 1:15. It's just I had to get you on the road.
It's all
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's fine.
You guys had a great time messing around. It was wonderful.
It's great.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What would you have done if we had changed our minds and went somewhere else?
Oh, it wouldn't have happened. Rocks
I
would
think
fall.
that's an appropriate one for his
He would
character.
railroad
Tip of the
us.
hat, so.
Yeah,
I mean, he could have just showed up in a different direction.
What
that's truly it would. Yeah, truly it would have been. He would have shown up somewhere. But for this, this is what we had discussed. So it was cool for you guys to play along and put up with a little bit of DM herding of
DM
cats.
But I was wondering why he was pushing us a little. But I'm very happy he pushed us a little because again,
was good.
a very pleasant surprise, which, on the truth, I thoroughly enjoyed.
And so Dragons or Cats will be joining us for a little bit of his story arc for the next, hopefully, couple of weeks. We will see.
I'm on the railroad with you.
Yeah, how long we can keep him around. There is sort of an ending to this part of his arc, but he is now part of the lore and a piece of the Vice and his canon. So let's go around the room for everybody else here. Let's go to Danny Tunarth.
So yeah, I loved the surprise. Just this, like, the what? We have a guest. Cool.
Surprise!
So really, thank you so much for joining us, and I loved being pissed off at you.
I have that tendency, actually.
A lot of people have that tendency. I don't know how Kel is such an angry person. He's really not at heart.
Yeah.
It's just people seem to be conspiring against him to just push all of his buttons.
I'm sorry, that sounds like a conspiracy theory going on, Danny. Are you sure about that?
It's a bit
Well,
of a tinfoil hat.
frankly, I think it just might be. You know.
It's almost
Anyway.
like the fate itself is against us.
So it's Iska's fault then. Anyway, I'm Tunarth in Chatham, Colin65 on Twitter. I had a fantastic time. I'll definitely be here in the morning for Dungeons and Coffees at stupid o'clock in the morning. Although my stupid o'clock is, I have somebody who beat me now. Because my stupid o'clock is not as bad as his stupid o'clock in the morning.
I might be able to stick around for like half an hour, maybe an hour tomorrow night, and then go to sleep.
Yeah, I was
Wake
gonna
up
say,
at
Dungeons and Coffees
Yeah.
for him is at 10 o'clock at night.
So
Yeah, it's that
So
crazy.
that's-
Just change AM to PM and add 2 hours.
That's calories and protein.
Don't worry, I deal with an Australian all the time.
So yeah, amazing session, and you killed it. I mean, you're just.
Thank you. That does mean a lot.
You're great. Everybody's great. These people are great. Look at these other people on the screen. They're all great.
Stop being kind. Stop being kind.
They're all
Danny.
great. And talk, because I'm done.
We'll move over to NNG9. Alicia.
Hello! Yes, I am NNG98 on Twitter, NNG9 on Twitch. I like to live tweet random things like Critical Role and other stuff. And on Twitch, I like to play Kingdom Hearts where I curse a lot.
She does.
Play it, I'm
a
proud
lot.
of. But yeah, I had a really good time today. I am going to miss not being on next week, but I will be back the week after it.
Very cool.
I hope I'm still around.
Also puns.
Yep. And
We'll have you on these for 4 weeks.
next up, we have Good Guy Pie.
Oh, Dave, that's me. I'm Good Guy Pie. I've been playing the wonderful Goldheart, the human blood hunter, and as you can tell, his voice is wonderful, and I enjoy doing it. And honest truth, it's got a lot better on the throat over the time. I've just gotten used to this. This might become my natural voice one day. That would be very inconvenient during a serious situation.
Yes, that would be.
I'm Good Guy Pie on Twitch. I'm Too Good To Guy on Twitter. I am a bit of a streamer here and there when I'm currently creating a tabletop RPG system called Randor's Engine, a steampunk Cold War setting where war is on the brink and advancements in technology put people in a bit of a stressful situation. And of course, I'm also working on, if you don't mind me just using this platform to make the announcement, the comic I've been working on for the past while now, the first page is finally done, and the announcement of what is going to be the series called Mana is officially coming on. And there should be probably a page every month continuing the story. It's going to be a 2-year project, hopefully.
Very cool. Next up, Bird vs. Plane.
Hey, I am Bird vs. Plane. You can find me in a multitude of places. I stream on Twitch. I'm going to go through Until Dawn pretty soon with my partner. Six-Sided Diaries is an actual play Pathfinder podcast. It's all homebrew that I used to DM, and now we're starting a new campaign. And The Good, the Bad, the Issue, weekly comic book podcast. Dragons or Cats, thank you so much for joining us. That could have... having a guest player is always a bit nerve-wracking if they're not willing to jump headfirst into it. Good lord, dude, like, you jumped so deep into this well that it was mind-blowing, both in and out of, like, game. Yeah. So,
like,
thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you. Iska was amazing. I'm glad we had that banter. Thank you so much.
Let's go to Tree-Hugging Druid, Jeanette.
Hi, I already linked my Twitter in the chat. Seriously, Silly's just like a walking vice surge. And
waiting to happen.
I see what I see.
Like, I'm pretty convinced that she's just gonna like blow up magic at some point.
It's like, what better way than bringing in a guest player to, let people know terrifying things about themselves, right?
Seriously.
Black hole.
It was absolutely nice to have you on the stream, and I'm excited for next week.
It's going to be wonderful.
So you're the bomb. No, I mean, like, really, you're the
yeah, like, really, you're the bomb.
You're the bomb, man, you're about to blow. Boom.
And last but not least, Templar Warden.
Hello, I am Templar Warden. You may find me anywhere on the internet as Templar Warden. You may also find me on Twitter at Random Templar. I don't do much there except pretty much retweet this and tweet a couple other things. I do stream occasionally. I'm currently playing some Arkham City. Very interesting things happening there. And I play Hidden by Axel, who has loved this whole session. Me as a player was confused that Axel was so much information for him. He was so happy, and he was so close to snapping at Kel. He got in the way of information. You nearly made Axel snap.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, no, yeah, he stopped the flow of information.
Anyway, I'll put my links in the chat, and catching you next time, folks. You may also also find me on the RPG Lab on Fridays. I'm playing Apocalypse World there, as well as this game.
Very cool. So anyway, I would also like to thank all the donations today, especially the big donation from Anonymous towards Project Semicolon. Also the subscribers that we got today with my new subscription button, which is kind of crazy. Also, we got lots of new follows. Gosh, let me see where we're up to.
We've hit past the 300 mark, I believe.
Yep, we did. We were like 301 we hit last week, and I missed it. But yeah, no, we're now 306 followers, and I don't know even where it prints out my subscriptions because I'm a pro streamer and don't know this stuff yet. But anyway, because I know there's going to be a flood of people asking about guest playing. Dragons, the big one with Dragons and Iskrin was because of the unique nature of his character and the piece that I needed to explain in a different way is why he's in there, because it just made sense with the story to have this crazy sort of Eladrin, other world Frost Prince patron.
You don't need to rationalize or explain.
Anyway,
it was great.
So what I'm saying is, it's not, this is not me picking of players and that sort of stuff. If there's a story reason for things to pull people in, absolutely, I will try to do so. But yeah, it's not, as you can see, it's wrangling 7 of these guys is already crazy enough as it is. I never thought I'd be able to do 6, and now I've got 7. Yes.
Just wait till you hit 8.
I know.
8's
so while there might be more guest players in the future, I like I say, it's all about, you know me, it's all about the story and how it fits in. And on that note, thank you again for everyone's support of us, of Project Semicolon, of 25 episodes now that we are at for the Vice, which is crazy. Next week is like it's more than half a year, but actually 26 episodes would be the half a year mark of 26 out of 52 episodes in a quote unquote
we need to do some celebrations. We really need to do like a nice big celebration.
So
because we've achieved a lot in a year and a half.
It's kind of crazy, and hopefully you guys won't all die in the next session as you face off against this tree. So
just had to bring down the mood.
Well,
so we got I need to live long enough to awaken Grain.
This is true. This is true. That's right. We've also got a new salamander.
I need you guys to live long enough so I can solve this problem.
Luna doesn't care.
Yeah, you gotta worry about Iskra telling the Frost Prince to hit the reset button. But anyway, so until next time, folks, we have Dungeons and Coffees tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. You can find me on Encounter Roleplay at 4 p.m. on Tuesdays, playing Gavin again, for folks who know who Gavin is, one of my original characters, on a crazy Encounter Josh DM session campaign. And then, of course, here every Saturday. You can find us where we gather our friends from across the globe together and tell a story. You all should do the same.
Literally across the globe.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Something in